Since the Gulf War, 567,000 Iraqi civilians have died mostly as a result of disease, malnutrition, and deplorably poor medical care. Agriculture and industry are at a total standstill. This is unconscionable, of course, and for this the brazen inhumanity of American policy makers is also very largely to blame. But we must not forget that Saddam is feeding that inhumanity quite deliberately in order to dramatize the opposition between the United States and the rest of the Arab world. Having provoked a crisis with the United States, or the UN dominated by the United States, he at first dramatized the unfairness of the sanctions, but with his continuing defiance the issue has changed and has become his non-compliance, and the terrible effects of the sanctions have been marginalized. Still the underlying causes of an Arab-US crisis remain. A careful analysis of that crisis is imperative. The United States has always opposed any sign of Arab nationalism or independence, partly for its own imperial reasons and partly because its unconditional support for Israel requires it to do so. Since the 1973 war, and despite the brief oil embargo, it had been Arab policy up to and including the peace process to try to circumvent or mitigate that hostility by appealing to the United States for help, by good behavior, by willingness to make peace with Israel. Yet mere compliance with the US's wishes can produce nothing except occasional words of American approbation for leaders who appear moderate. Arab policy was never backed up with coordination, or collective pressure, or fully agreed upon goals. Instead, each leader tried to make separate arrangements both with the United States and with Israel, none of which produced very much except escalating demands and a constant refusal by the United States to exert any meaningful pressure on Israel. The more extreme Israeli policy becomes, the more likely the United States has been to support it, and the less respect it has for the large mass of Arab peoples whose future and well-being are mortgaged to illusory hopes embodied, for instance, in the Oslo Accords. Moreover, a deep gulf separates Arab culture and civilization from the United States. In the absence of any collective Arab information and cultural policy, the notion of an Arab people with traditions, cultures, and identities of their own is simply inadmissible in the United States. Arabs are dehumanized, they are seen as violent, irrational terrorists always on the lookout for murder and bombing outrages. The only Arabs worth doing business with for the United States are compliant leaders, businessmen, military people whose arms purchases, the highest per capita in the world, are helping the American economy keep afloat. Beyond that there is no feeling at all, for instance, for the dreadful suffering of the Iraqi people, whose identity and existence have simply been lost sight of in the present situation. This morbid, obsessional fear and hatred of the Arabs has been a constant theme in U.S. foreign policy since World War II. In some way also, anything positive about the Arabs is seen in the United States as a threat to Israel. In this respect, pro-Israeli American Jews, traditional Orientalists, and military hawks have played a devastating role. Moral opprobrium is heaped on Arab states as it is on no others. Turkey, for example, has been conducting a campaign against the Kurds for several years, yet nothing is heard about this in the United States. Israel occupies territory illegally for 30 years, it violates the Geneva Conventions at will, conducts invasions, terrorist attacks and assassinations against Arabs, and still, the United States vetoes every sanction against it in the UN. Syria, Sudan, Libya, Iraq are classified as rogue states. Sanctions against them are far harsher than against any other countries in the history of U.S. foreign policy. And still the United States expects that its own foreign policy agenda ought to prevail, example the woefully misguided Doha Economic Summit, despite its hostility to the collective Arab agenda. In the case of Iraq, a number of further extenuations make the United States even more repressive. Burning in the collective American unconscious is a puritanical zeal decreeing the sternest possible attitude toward anyone deemed to be an unregenerate sinner. This clearly guided American policy toward the Native American Indians, who were first demonized, then portrayed as wasteful savages, then exterminated, their tiny remnant confined to reservations and concentration camps. This almost religious anger fuels a judgmental attitude that has no place at all in international politics, but for the United States it is a central tenet of its worldwide behavior. Second, punishment is conceived in apocalyptic terms. During the Vietnam War, a leading general advocated and almost achieved the goal of bombing the enemy into the Stone Age. The same view prevailed during the Gulf War in 1991. Sinners are meant to be condemned terminally, with the utmost cruelty, regardless of the agonies they suffer. The notion of justified punishment for Iraq is now uppermost in the minds of most American consumers of news, and with that goes an almost orgiastic delight in the gathering power being summoned to confront Iraq in the Gulf. Pictures of 4, or is it now 5, immense aircraft carriers steaming virtuously away punctuate breathless news bulletins about Saddam's defiance and the impending crisis. The president announces that he is thinking not about the Gulf but about the 21st century. How can we tolerate Iraq's threat to use biological warfare, even though, and this is unmentioned, it is clear from the UNSCOM reports that he neither has the missile capacity, nor the chemical arms, nor the nuclear arsenal, nor in fact the anthrax bombs that he is alleged to be brandishing? Forgotten in all this is that the United States has all the terror weapons known to humankind, is the only country to have used a nuclear bomb on civilians, and as recently as 7 years ago dropped 66,000 tons of bombs on Iraq. As the only country involved in this crisis that has never had to fight a war on its own soil, it is easy for the United States and its mostly brainwashed citizens to speak in apocalyptic terms. A report out of Australia on Sunday, November 16 suggests that Israel and the United States are thinking about using a neutron bomb on Baghdad. Unfortunately, the dictates of raw power are very severe and, for a weak state like Iraq, overwhelming. Certainly, U.S. misuse of the sanctions to strip Iraq of everything, including any possibility for security, is monstrously sadistic. The so-called UN 661 committee created to oversee the sanctions is composed of 15 member states, including the United States, each of which has a veto. Every time Iraq passes this committee, a request to sell oil for medicines, trucks, meat, etc., any member of the committee can block these requests by saying that a given item may have military purposes, tires, for example, or ambulances. In addition, the United States and its clients, e.g., the racist Richard Butler, who says openly that Arabs have a different notion of truth from the rest of the world, have made it clear that even if Iraq is completely reduced militarily to the point where it is no longer a threat to its neighbors, which is now the case, the real goal of the sanctions is to topple Saddam Hussein's government. In other words, according to the Americans, very little that Iraq can do short of Saddam's resignation or death will produce a lifting of sanctions. Finally, we should not for a moment forget that quite apart from its foreign policy interest, Iraq has now become a domestic American issue whose repercussions on issues unrelated to oil or the Gulf are very important. Bill Clinton's personal crises, the campaign funding scandals, an impending trial for sexual harassment, his various legislative and domestic failures require him to look strong, determined, and presidential somewhere else. And where but in the Gulf against Iraq has he so ready-made a foreign devil to set off his blue-eyed strength to full advantage? Moreover, the increase in military expenditure for new investments in electronic smart weaponry, more sophisticated aircraft, mobile forces for the worldwide projection of American power, are perfectly suited for display and use in the Gulf, where the likelihood of visible casualties, actually suffering Iraqi civilians, is extremely small, and where the new military technology can be put through its paces most attractively. For reasons that need restating here, the media are particularly happy to go along with the government in bringing home to domestic customers the wonderful excitement of American self-righteousness, the proud flag-waving, the feel-good sense that we are facing down a monstrous dictator. Far from analysis and calm reflection, the media exist mainly to derive their mission from the government, not to produce a corrective or any dissent. The media, in short, are an extension of the war against Iraq. The saddest aspect of the whole thing is that Iraqi civilians seem condemned to additional suffering and protracted agony. Neither their government nor that of the United States is inclined to ease the daily pressure on them, and the probability that only they will pay for the crisis is extremely high. At least, and it isn't very much, there seems to be no enthusiasm among Arab governments for American military action, but beyond that there is no coordinated Arab position, not even on the extremely grave humanitarian question. It is unfortunate that, according to the news, there is rising popular support for Saddam in the Arab world, as if the old lessons of defiance without real power have still not been learned. Undoubtedly the United States has manipulated the UN to its own ends, a rather shameful exercise given that at the same time the Congress once again struck down a motion to pay $1 billion in arrears to the World Organization. The major priority for Arabs, Europeans, Muslims, and Americans is to push to the fore the issue of sanctions and the terrible suffering imposed on innocent Iraqi civilians. Taking the case to the International Court in The Hague strikes me as a perfectly viable possibility, but what is needed is a concerted will on behalf of Arabs who have suffered the United States' egregious blows for too long without an adequate response. Chapter 33. Isaiah Berlin, An Afterthought. November is a mournful month in the history of Palestine. November 2nd is the day of Arthur Balfour's 1917 declaration, which opened the way to the establishment of Israel as a Jewish state. Framing November at the other end is the day in 1947 that the United Nations, under immense U.S. pressure, pushed through the partition resolution on Palestine, thereby conceding about 55% of the country to less than 30% of the population, which at that time had only gained ownership of about 7% of the land. The keynote of both these decisions was struck in a memorandum written by Balfour in August 1919, in which he said, "In Palestine we do not propose even to go through the form of consulting the wishes of the present inhabitants of the country. The four great powers are committed to Zionism, and Zionism, be it right or wrong, good or bad, is rooted in age-long tradition, in present needs, in future hopes, of far profounder import than the desire and prejudices of the 700,000 Arabs who now inhabit that ancient land. In my opinion that is right." British policy was therefore intent on transforming Palestine demographically during the Mandate, again despite the wishes of the indigenous inhabitants of Palestine. And for the period after 1947, Palestinians were intentionally swept aside by a movement and a rhetoric that neither had any use for them nor in effect saw them as more than a temporary threat to the colonization of Palestine. In the 50 years since Israel came into existence as a Jewish state, it not only consolidated its hold over the land, especially after 1967, but also painstakingly constructed a whole structure of opinion and discourse in the West that completed the obliteration of the Palestinians as a people that had any rights, or continuity of residence, or conceivable national claims on the territory of historical Palestine. It is a striking fact that that task was undertaken by pro-Zionist Jews as well as non-Jews who stood at the very authoritative center of Western society, where their prestige as intellectuals, scientists, musicians, authors, artists, politicians, businessmen, and journalists gave weight and credibility to their support for the Zionist project. No comparable body of opinion or opinion makers existed on the Arab side, with the result that for years the Palestinians were both invisible and silent insofar as their desire and prejudices, to use Balfour's disparaging phrase, were represented in the West. The only member of the British cabinet during Balfour's time who was opposed to Zionism was Lord Curzon, but he absented himself the day of the vote on Balfour's declaration. But if one thinks of Churchill, Weizmann, Einstein, Freud, Reinhold Niebuhr, Eleanor Roosevelt, Truman, Chagall, the great conductors Otto Klemperer and Arturo Toscanini, plus dozens and dozens of others like them in Britain, the United States, France, and elsewhere in Europe, and then tries to produce a list of Palestinian supporters at the time who might have balanced this tremendous array of influence and prestige, one finds next to nothing. Among the most famous of Israel's supporters in Britain in the period after 1948 was Sir Isaiah Berlin, a truly remarkable man who was born and grew up in Riga and St. Petersburg, but came to Britain in his late teens. He attended St. Paul's School in London, then went to Oxford and more or less remained there until his death at the age of 88 on November 5, 1997. A philosopher by training, he was much more than that, a brilliant general intellectual renowned for his amazing powers of conversation. Churchill considered an evening with Berlin as the highest pleasure. His fabulous memory, his learning and gift for the most compelling lectures, his charm, his connections with every famous and influential person in the Anglo-Saxon as well as Israeli Jewish world, and above all his capacity for attracting to him talented students, professors, statesmen, journalists, intellectuals, philosophers, philanthropists, who revered and loved him. He was the only academic or intellectual who was always referred to by his first name. Everyone knew who Isaiah was, and everyone considered him to be an ornament of Western culture. Unlike great figures such as Toynbee, Bertrand Russell, Jean-Paul Sartre, like Berlin in that they had a universal reputation and were respected by specialists as well as by the general public, Berlin was not a prolific writer at all, and the author mainly of essays and 3 or 4 short books, including a rather thin and, in my opinion, inadequate study of Karl Marx. But he had a vast range, which with his excellent Russian, French, German, Italian he put to illuminating use in the history of modern thought, liberalism, opera, personal impressions, and especially his studies of the 19th century Russian intelligentsia, 2 of whom, Turgenev and Herzen, were the subjects of his finest essays. His most famous book, which I recall reading when I was about 20, is The Hedgehog and the Fox, a study of Tolstoy based on the distinction made by the Greek lyric poet Archilochus between the two animals. The hedgehog, the Greek poet said, had one big idea which he found everywhere. The fox was interested in many little ideas only. Berlin's thesis was that Tolstoy wanted to be a hedgehog, was possessed of a very large general vision of human history and destiny, but in effect, because he was a supremely endowed novelist, he was really a fox, ultimately committed to empirical detail, concrete experience, and observable behavior, the very contrary of what interested the hedgehog. In that book Berlin expressed his lifelong suspicion of and animosity towards systems of thought, like Marxism, for example, that promised a solution for everything. In his most famous essay, 2 Concepts of Liberalism, he elaborated a theory of realistic political freedom, negative, the right not to be persecuted, and positive, the right to positive liberties, which became the hallmark of the Western self-image during the Cold War years and the battle against Stalinism and the Soviet bloc. Berlin stood for balance, reasonableness, intellectual freedom, pragmatism, civilized behavior. He was the enemy of fanaticism, whether extremism took the form of unfettered rationalism or of dogmatic passion and system building. For that reason, then, he found common ground with exiled Russian intellectuals whose skepticism made life impossible for them in their revolutionary homeland. It was also the reason for his interest in Vico, the 18th century Italian philosopher, and Herder, the 18th century German philosopher, whom he called enemies of the Enlightenment, which in both his and their opinion had overestimated the possibility of human perfectibility through science and reason. Over the years I read his work with great interest, and never lost the opportunity to hear him lecture. He was a small man who stood in front of usually very large audiences with a sheaf of papers, which he never consulted, in one hand, and used the other to gesture as his prose poured out with lightning, often incomprehensible, speed. He was certainly the most remarkable speaker I have ever heard for his lucidity, the enormous amount of material he packed into his lectures, and the perfect shape of his English sentences, which were always pronounced with a slight trace of his native Russian. I met him a few times, and he was unfailingly cordial. The last time I saw him was a year ago in a London restaurant, where he called out to me and insisted on chatting briefly with me about Vico, a great common interest of ours. His death early in November brought forth a Niagara of obituaries, all of them affectionate, admiring, sorrowful and yet celebratory, since it was clear to all who knew him, including myself, that he found life itself a pleasure, a sentiment he was always able to communicate to his friends, audiences, interlocutors. The one discordant note for me about Berlin was that he was a fervent, unquestioning, and unskeptical Zionist, a true believer, whose close involvement with Israel as country and as cause contributed in a major way to the positive image and structure of feelings created in the West about the Jewish state. He was a close personal friend of Chaim Weizmann, whom he describes in an admiring portrait he wrote some years ago as one of the greatest men that he ever knew. Weizmann, Berlin said in that essay, committed none of these enormities for which men of action, and later their biographers, claim justification on the ground of what is called raison d'etat. There is a stunning blindness to this statement, which verges on the idolatrous. Weizmann presided over the colonization of Palestine, he knew about the eviction of the Palestinians, and of course he must have felt all along that had those things been done to Jews, he would have been the first to call them injustices. In 1944 he told President Roosevelt that we could not rest our case on the consent of the Arabs, as long as their consent was asked, they naturally refuse it. Berlin does not mention a word about this. In fact, having read practically everything he wrote, I found to my disappointment that to the best of my knowledge he never once said a word about the Palestinians. For him they seem to have been the inevitable clutter that, once swept away in a higher cause, need never be mentioned or thought of again. Berlin's last pronouncement, produced in London's Guardian on November 13, was surprisingly a declaration about Israel and the prospects for Middle East peace. Here too, there is no mention of the Palestinians at all, they are referred to as one of two sides, as is partition which, Berlin timidly says, might produce a relationship of good neighbors. But he withdraws even from that because, he says, there are bigoted terrorist chauvinists on both sides, as if it were the case that Palestinians held most of the territory but were prevented from compromise by Muslim terrorists. He never says a word about military occupation, nothing about settlements, nothing about invasions, killings, dispossessions. Instead, he concludes, we must have reluctant toleration as a way of preventing war. As for Jerusalem, Berlin concludes that it must remain the capital of Israel with the Muslim holy places being extraterritorial to a Muslim authority, as if, for instance, Jordan or Saudi Arabia or maybe even Pakistan and Bangladesh could be members of that Muslim authority. Not a word about Palestinian national rights, or Christian rights, or anything of that sort. Palestinians, for the worldly Berlin, do not constitute a people, nor have they been victims of an injustice. They are either the other side, or members of a group to be ruled over and represented by a Muslim authority. As for the notion that there is something about Zionism that is exclusivist or discriminatory for the non-Jews who fall in its path, Berlin says nothing. It was not only that Berlin supported Israel and never raised a question about the morality of what it did in dispossessing and oppressing an entire people, it is also that he tried to prevent others from doing so, using his enormous prestige and influence to stifle dissent and silence opposition. Noam Chomsky told me two stories that are worth repeating here. In the late 1960s, while giving a series of political lectures at Oxford, Chomsky devoted one to the Middle East situation and, as usual, was extremely critical of Israel. The next morning Berlin visited him and said that even though he might have agreed with some of what Chomsky said, he had come to tell the celebrated intellectual dissident that Jews should not speak about Israel that way in public. Chomsky was of course unpersuaded, although they remained friends. The second incident took place in the mid-1980s, when Chomsky wrote a solicited article for Index on censorship about the way Israel's actions either are not reported properly or are covered up in the Western media. From behind the scenes, Berlin organized a campaign to try to stop the magazine from printing Chomsky's article. He got influential friends of his to write letters of protest, and in many ways attempted to harm the magazine, which did publish Chomsky after all, and even tried to get it closed. The contradiction in all this is plain, that Berlin was a liberal, a man of fairness and compassion, of civilized moderation in everything except where Israel was concerned. There he acted with the kind of unblinking zeal that fanatics of either the right or the left might have felt, but which in all his work on other subjects Berlin deplored. In that sense Berlin was an organic intellectual for Israel, a man so closely allied with the interests of that state, especially when those interests overrode fairness and humanity, that his readers and admirers were led by his example to celebrate Israel and overlook the injustice of its actions. One cannot say that Berlin fabricated untruths on behalf of Israel. But he did lend himself to the same blindness that ordinary Zionists had for the Palestinians, whose only crime was that they happened to be in Palestine, which, as Balfour said, was a piece of immensely significant geography that had too great an importance for the mere desire and prejudices of its native inhabitants. There is an even greater misfortune for us as Palestinians in the fact that none of us, and I do not excuse myself at all, were able to engage with Berlin on the question of Palestine. I regret that I never brought the matter up in our conversations, and I regret that I can only do so in this manner, after his life and work have been accomplished. Berlin's legacy, however, lives on, and the best we can do now is to make sure that his disciples, friends, and colleagues in the Zionist movement will add a new and more realistic dimension to their thought about the future of Middle East peace. Chapter 34. Palestine and Israel, a 50-year perspective. As I write these lines from Calcutta, I am at the end of my first visit to India, one of the countries for which I have always felt a great affinity and have very much wanted to know. As a boy in British colonial schools both in Palestine and Egypt, I studied India, read Edmund Burke and Lord Macaulay on it, Kipling's novels and stories, and understood its presence for the English as the jewel in the crown, the cornerstone of the imperial edifice. The Arab world was, I learned, important to the empire because in part it constituted the route to India, crucial to be safeguarded and defended no matter the cost. The British spent 400 years here, they derived enormous wealth and thousands of men for their armies from India, they instituted a system of organizations and networks, educational, bureaucratic, legal, military, religious, which they controlled through hierarchies and often cruel measures stemming from their great power, and in the end they left, having decided that Indian independence was too strong a force to resist. At the height of its glory, Great Britain ruled 350 million Indians with less than 100,000 men. Despite its overwhelming size, immense diversity of languages and traditions, beauty and inspiring monuments, India is less strange a country for me than, say, Sweden or Italy. Islam has played a very important role in the subcontinent, never more impressive for the visitor than in the extraordinary dignity and grace of its remarkable architecture. The Taj Mahal, for example, is both totally unusual and at the same time familiar, its ethereal walls and soaring, clean symmetries echo the mosques in Andalusia, Egypt, and Syria. India, after all, is part of the same Orient conceived of by Flaubert, Burton, and Disraeli, and to some extent we Arabs are Orientals of the same kind, colonized and considered inferior, now struggling toward real autonomy and independence, loved and admired by some for our classical past, looked down on by others for our backwardness and technological insufficiencies, exploited alike by transnational corporations and greedy local elites. But in India the Arab can feel at home in a way that is impossible for us in Europe. There is of course the strong Islamic presence, between them India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh have a larger Muslim population than the entire Arab world, but there is also the warmth, sense of tradition, and generally unstressed sense of life that characterize so much of the non-Western world. We also share the same problems of poverty, ignorance, and disease, although India, unlike the Arab world, has an important middle class, a vibrant academic and intellectual community, a super-sophisticated electronic industrial sector, and a functioning democracy. Perhaps the most striking parallel, though, is that both of us suffered the ravages of imperial partition. The year 1947 is the 50th year of Indian independence, it is also the 50th year of the country's partition into a Muslim Pakistan and a mainly Hindu India, whose 950 million people include 125 million Muslims, several million Sikhs, and numerous other smaller minorities, among them Christians in South India. It is also the year that produced a United Nations partition resolution for Palestine, with results in conflict between the Zionist movement and the entire Arab world that are too well known for summary here. Ethnic and religious partition, however, has not produced the kind of stability or tranquility the Hindus and Muslims had hoped for, any more than it has delivered security and coherence between Arabs and Israelis, or even among the Arabs themselves. Independence has brought forth sectarianism, bloody civil war, as in Palestine, Lebanon, and Algeria, and the kind of instability that was supposed to have ended when the last colonial soldier left. In the Arab world, the xenophobia and religious and ethnic intolerance represented by Israel has spilled out all over, some of it obviously deriving from Zionism itself, but a good deal also instilled by homegrown religious fanaticism, which alas has not been offset by the emergence of a true democratic society. And even in India, a virulent Hindu fundamentalism, as embodied in the BJP, a party dedicated to establishing India as a Hindu country, something that Gandhi and Nehru always resisted very strenuously, now appears to be the strongest single party after the recent dissolution of parliament. Because of corruption and the usual bureaucratic abuses, much as the FLN's power in Algeria was dissipated, the old power of the Indian National Congress has dissolved, so that today the country's oldest party, which won independence from Britain, is in what seems to be a permanent slump after many years of the Jawaharlal Nehru, Indira Gandhi dynasty. The government crisis lingers on as the elections draw near. A sense of foreboding has enveloped the country politically. India thus provides a confirming perspective on, and a vast parallel for, the half-century since Israel was established by conquest, the Palestinians were dispossessed, and the Arab world was militarized, bloodied by years of war, endlessly postponed democratic rights, religious extremism developing into a force to be reckoned with. There is no question in my mind that we are worse off than either India or Pakistan, which is more like the Arab countries in that the army, unlike India's, has played a major political role. As I said in one of my recent articles, Israel's solution to the age-old Jewish problem has resulted in a sectarian debate within the country over the question of who is a Jew, as the country totters from crisis to crisis under Benjamin Netanyahu. The first generation of Arab, Indian, and, yes, Israeli leaders after independence were similar in that all of them, Abdel Nasser, Nehru, Ben-Gurion, however much we disagree with them today, were charismatic leaders, imbued with a comparatively secular, nationalist position which, except in the Israeli case, was inclusive, moral, and informed by a powerful sense of justice. We now live within much narrower, even paranoid horizons, where local and sectarian, but essentially religious, or at least traditionalist, nationalisms rule the day, not by generosity of spirit or genuine leadership, but by playing on the anxiety, insecurity, and defensiveness of peoples who feel that they have lost their way as they approach the new millennium. Take away from Israel the feeling that its citizens are an embattled minority facing a fearful Islamic Arab enemy, and the question of what Israeli identity actually is revolves around a Talmudic debate presided over by backward-looking rabbis and dangerous zealots who consider Arabs as aliens in their, that is, God's, country, the so-called land of Israel. And this kind of sentiment, whose root is an us versus them polarity, is replicated all too frequently throughout the Arab world, with democracy and civil society to all intents and purposes abrogated for the foreseeable future. Since its new military pact with Turkey, Israel has been flexing its nuclear options in threats against Iran, and with mounting U.S. pressure against Iraq provides an outline of things to come in a new age of nuclear terror. There is now no immediate prospect of real Palestinian self-determination. 30 years of resistance against Israel have bled and finally co-opted the Palestinian self-determination. 30 years of resistance against Israel have bled and finally co-opted the Palestinian nationalist movement, its leaders aged and ill, its people disorganized and despondent, its future a combination of rule by security chiefs and second-rate figureheads. Militarily, the Arab states are still no real match for Israel and its allies. Syria may not be more than a second thought for Israeli hardliners, and is certainly no deterrent, any more than any of the other regional powers are. The Arab people have therefore lost the first half-century of the struggle against Israeli expansion and domination without posting any significant gains on the other side of the ledger. We are more populous, but poorer, more threatened by illiteracy and widespread poverty, less free, less accomplished in science, culture, agriculture, and industry. Water, oil, and other natural resources are scarcer. We are soon likely to be bypassed by the Caspian Sea region in oil production. We have not sufficiently coordinated regionally on sharing water, and as for pollution, it is unregulated, running wild in big cities like Cairo, Beirut, Damascus, and elsewhere. Israel was the result of many factors, of course, principally of the imperialist desire to divide and rule, allied with a Zionist program also determined to end anti-Semitic oppression. The various partitions that brought about the numerous independent states of the Middle East left behind, if they did not altogether destroy, the notion of Arab unity that was a guiding idea in the area for the first half of the 20th century, and which is now a scarcely remembered, much maligned and insulted dream no one dares to defend in public. From the beginning of its existence one recalls here the Lavon Affair of 1954, Israel has been intent on helping to keep the Arabs divided not only from themselves but from the rest of the world. We are now so obsessed with Israel and the West that we have forgotten Africa, the Indian subcontinent, China, Japan, as well as the rest of Asia. These are rich cultures and histories well worth our being in close touch with, as the Arabs once were, but now ignored for reasons of racial prejudice, increasing appetite for Western consumerism, and uncritical dependence on the United States. There is little real recourse for us as a people unless once again we re-establish our place in the world, as a culture, a civilization, and as a moral and political cause. The essence of that shift must be prompted by a vision not of inter-Arab competition and indifference, but of some sort of communal and regional cooperation, without which we shall sink further and further. If the past 50 years of Israel's life should teach us anything, it is that you cannot in the end resist an enemy if your society is crumbling from within. We have sacrificed years of our national life to buying arms we cannot properly use, millions of our people in wars they never thought seriously about winning, billions of dollars in projects that served commission agents and unscrupulous businessmen more than they did anyone else. Needed, a concept of Arab citizenship, an idea involving rights, obligations, responsibilities. Above all, it calls for service, and the entitlement of each citizen not to be tortured, imprisoned, killed unjustly, to speak and investigate freely, to elect representatives fairly, to live a life assured of basic necessity. Central to all this is, I think, a proper system of taxation. As the economist George Corm once said, the Arab world today is a tax-free zone for the wealthy, which in effect means that profit and plunder can go on without regard for the society in which one lives, while parliaments and assemblies exist to rubber-stamp the rulers' policies, many of them unpopular. The real challenge of Israel, which has so far outstripped us in military, economic, and political power, is not just that it occupies our lands and in part decides our future unilaterally, but that it forces us back more and more upon our incompetence, absence of democracy, lack of will. I do not know how the turnaround will occur, or even if it can. But our present course is simply not the right one and, alas, none of us can escape responsibility. We need a collective goal and an unprecedented intellectual effort to face the next 10 years, otherwise, as Ibrahim Abu Lughod put in 1991, the Arab states will end up as did 19th century Africa, partitioned, incoherent, poverty-stricken. Chapter 35. The Challenge of Israel, 50 years on. The scars are still unhealed, the wounds fester, the past will not be forgotten. And yet there is no overriding consensus in the Arab world as to what Israel represents, and how we should deal with it. Even using the collective pronoun we suggest a unity of views that is more presumed than actual. At some higher level of politics and ideology Israel is an objective ally of some Arab policies and politicians, not all of them right-wing Christian Lebanese. Jordan, for example, has signed a peace treaty with it, as have Egypt and the PLO. Still, very few Arab writers, intellectuals, academicians, artists, and even policy makers will say that they are ready for normalization with Israel, so long as it remains in occupation of Palestinian, Syrian, and Lebanese territory. An enormous gray area exists in our collective consciousness. Israel is there, but how are we to think about and above all act toward it? Everyone wants and speaks about peace, yet how, for Palestinians whose entire territory was captured and society destroyed, is one to declare a statute of limitations and say, what is past, let us reconcile ourselves to a future with Israel? When it comes to the present, how are we to say that we will coexist with a state that still has not declared its boundaries and still describes itself not as the state of its citizens but as the state of the whole Jewish people, entitled to the entire land of Israel? As for the future, where is the glimmer of a new Israel which is neither imperialist and exclusivist, but somehow at one with the Islamic Arab world in whose midst it has been planted as idea and as reality since 1897? Israeli policy has always consisted of two parts. On the one hand, strenuously absolve yourself of any responsibility for the existence of a Palestinian problem, and on the other, try to make compromises on the basis of that self-absolution with whatever Arab or Palestinian leadership exists at the moment, and continue to settle the land. The premise of both parts of this policy is the same, that given enough time and pressure Palestinians will forget, give up, or variously accommodate themselves to the permanent loss of what was once theirs. In the main, this policy has not really been successful, despite the existence of a peace process and two treaties with Arab states. But the fantasy of somehow removing Israel and its people is equally unthinkable. Yes, they can be made to withdraw from the occupied territories, but it is a dream to expect that they will disappear or go back to Poland, Russia, America. There is now an Israeli nationalism and a society independent of what we think and independent also of the diaspora. Behind it, as I said in an earlier article, are memories of the Holocaust and centuries of Western anti-Semitism from which it would be folly for us to expect Israelis to disconnect themselves. But there is also a history of anti-Palestinian behavior which demands recognition as injustice and cruelty of the first order. Just as Jews require recognition from the world, we too must continue to make the same demands, not on the grounds of vengeance, but because justice requires it. Thus the misery of Oslo is that our leaders simply brushed off our history along with Messrs. Rabin and Peres, whereas it behooves us to remember what Zionism did, and no less important what Britain, the United States, and other pro-Zionist Western governments who conspired in our dispossession have done. The first challenge of Israel then is the need to exact acknowledgement from it for what it did to us and to other Arabs whose sons and daughters were killed in its wars, conquests, military occupations, settlements. This is a moral mission for each of us to pursue by not forgetting, by reminding each other and the world, by testifying to the continued injustice against us. I simply cannot imagine that history will ever excuse us for failing in this task. But then, I believe, we must also hold out the possibility of some form of coexistence in which a new and better life, free of ethnocentrism and religious intolerance, would be potentially available. It is the present poverty of Zionism and Palestinian nationalism that accounts for the void in vision and moral energy that we suffer from today. I am certain that if we present our claims about the past as enabling a form of mutuality and coexistence in the future, although the response will initially be negative and dismissive, a long-term positive response on the Israeli and Western side will develop. It is also evident to me that we cannot detach our views of Israel from our attitudes and policies toward the United States. Since 1949, America has poured about $140 billion into Israel. Not only is this a major financial investment, but the American political establishment has a long-term investment in the country as well. To expect the United States to lessen support of Israel, or even to become critical of it, these are real possibilities in my view, is unthinkable without a massive campaign in the United States on behalf of Palestinian political and human rights. This is so obvious as not to require much insistence here. The only question to ask is, why has this not been done before? Every one of us who knows the West knows full well that Israel's successes on the ground have been prepared for and supported by assiduous propaganda about Arab intransigence, The Arab wish to drive Jews into the sea, the Israeli desire for peace and tranquility, and, central to all this, that Israel as a Jewish state was created by the National Liberation Jewish Movement, Zionism, which found the place a desert and made it a garden. Zionism, along with all the other successful mass movements in the 20th century, including fascism, learned the lesson of propaganda, that the battle for opinion is the most important one to win. This is something that we still have not completely grasped, and until we do we shall always be the losers. In short, Israel is the measure of our failings and our incompetence. We have waited for a great leader for years, but none came. We have waited for a mighty military victory, but we were defeated roundly. We have waited for outside powers, the United States or, in its time, the Soviet Union, but none came to our aid. The one thing we have not tried in all seriousness has been to rely on ourselves. Until we do that with a full commitment to success, there is no chance that we can advance towards self-determination and freedom from aggression. Take as a simple case in point the current Palestinian case, where the failures seem the most glaring and the remedies more easily at hand than anyone has suspected. We have been saddled with poor leadership ever since I can remember, and still we persist in supporting the same bankrupt group through all its mistakes and disasters. On the other hand, we pride ourselves on the many successes of our people: doctors, lawyers, engineers, entrepreneurs, businessmen, intellectuals, academics, artists. We claim that we want statehood and independence, yet none of the most basic institutions of statehood are in anyone's mind. There is no basic law where the Palestinian Authority rules today, the result of one man's whim not to approve such a law, in flagrant defiance of the Legislative Assembly. Our universities are in an appalling state, starved for money, desperately run and administered, filled with professors who struggle to make a living but have not done a stroke of research or independent work in years. We also have a large and impressive group of extremely wealthy businesspersons who have simply not grasped that the essential thing for any people is a massive investment in education, the construction of a national library, and the endowment of the entire university structure as a guarantee that as a people we will have a future. I have attended meetings for almost 20 years in which hundreds of little projects are funded, but without a central vision of what it is that as a society we need. The absence of a collective end to which all are committed has crippled Palestinian efforts not just in the official realm, but even among private associations, where personality conflicts, outright fights, and disgraceful backbiting hamper our every step. Looked at from this perspective, the fundamental challenge that Israel poses is to ourselves: our inability to organize, our inability to dedicate ourselves to a basic set of principles from which we do not deviate, our inability to marshal our resources single-mindedly, our inability to devote all our efforts to education and competence, finally, our inability to choose a leadership that is capable of the task. It is no use blaming the failures of the current PLO on a few inadequate and corrupt individuals. The fact is that we now have the leadership we deserve, and until we realize that we are being driven further and further from our goal of self-determination and the recovery of our rights by that leadership which so many of us still serve and respect, we will continue to slide downward. Antonio Gramsci put it very succinctly: pessimism of the intelligence, optimism of the will. Yes, our situation vis-a-vis Israel is calamitous, and under Netanyahu the situation will get worse. But we need to ask what it is that we can do, and then by an act of collective will we must do it. The rest is simply a waste of time. The choice of better leaders is an imperative, but we must also improve our own conditions so that our workers do not have to build Israeli settlements just to put food on their tables, and our students do not have to settle for incredibly backward curricula in an age when our opponents are sending people to the moon, and our people do not have to accept lamentable conditions of tyranny and oppression where dissent is punished and torture is used by our authority to cow the citizenry, all in the name of national unity. Until we awake from the sleep of reason, we will continue to lose more land and power to Israel. But we cannot fight for our rights and our history as well as for future until we are armed with weapons of criticism and dedicated consciousness. In this we need the support of the Arab intellectual and cultural community, which has devoted too much time to slogans about Zionism and imperialism and not enough to helping us fight the battle against our own failures and incompetence. The struggle of the 21st century is the struggle to achieve self-liberation and self-decolonization. And then Israel can be properly addressed. Chapter 36. The problem is in humanity. Two corners of the Arab world have been very much on my mind these past weeks, Algeria and Lebanon. The former was once synonymous with anti-colonial resistance and uncompromising toughness, the latter with openness, diversity, and the joy of life. Yet both places have gone through horrendous transformations. The Lebanese civil war lasted for almost 20 years, virtually destroyed the society, produced uncounted thousands of dead innocents mostly killed or massacred because of their religion, and then finally gave birth to a so-called New Lebanon in which many of the old problems have been swept under a carpet of corruption, frenzied environmentally destructive building, and deepening economic crisis. The poor are poorer, the rich richer, and all the old politicians and their supporters remain in place on almost entirely confessional grounds. Algeria has fared just as badly, but in a different, perhaps more agonizing way. An aging political oligarchy held over from the days of anti-French struggle ruled the country for 3 decades after 1962, in the process bleeding it dry, extinguishing democracy, giving the army the main role in authority and political life. Then in 1992, after the Islamic Salvation Front in effect won the elections, the results of those elections were nullified by the army, and the Islamists whose politics I have no love for were declared outlaws, their leaders jailed, their organizations disbanded. Since that time Algeria has endured wave after wave of massacres, first the killing of intellectuals and artists, then of journalists, most recently of literally hundreds of innocent women and children killed in the most brutal and senseless way. The government's position is that all the killings are being done by renegade members of FIS or the GAI, whereas independent observers such as Amnesty International have accused the government troops of taking part in the killing, or of not doing anything to stop it, even though in several instances villagers have been slaughtered right next to army posts. To make matters worse, the government has made it almost impossible for foreign journalists to visit Algeria and has turned down several offers of mediation from the Arab League, the European Union, and the United Nations. Are these two cases unique in the Arab world? Only in degree, not in kind. Those of us who have fought for Palestinian self-determination over the years have been bitterly disappointed in the behavior of Yasser Arafat's Palestine Authority toward its own citizens. All the human rights groups have commented on the lawlessness, corruption, and sheer brutality of PA security men, many of whom paradoxically were victims of Israel's occupation policies. I recall a young man from Gaza, who now worked for one of the security forces in Ramallah, responding to my shocked query about his activities as a spy on, and interrogator of, his fellow students at Birzeit University. He said that they, meaning the Israelis, tortured me. Now it's my turn. Every Arab country practices what we all denounce in Israel, namely, physical coercion in prisons, and all around Israel the signs of Arab inhumanity to Arabs are plainly evident. Take as a very simple, even trivial case, people arriving at the airport. Almost without exception they are treated harshly and in a hostile manner by their border police, as if it was assumed that they were criminals and not citizens returning to their homes. Wherever one looks, the signs of an absence of humanity in the powerful toward the weaker and the disadvantaged stands out starkly. Torture, massacres, repression, undemocratic practices, this is what we Arabs have become known for. It is no use simply blaming Israel or imperialism for this situation, even though they can be blamed in some measure. No one denies that Zionism bears an enormous responsibility for the unhappy fate of the Palestinian people since 1948, but Arabs collectively and individually also bear responsibility. This was dramatically apparent in a surprisingly frank and humane program broadcast on January 20 by ABC television. Apparently the reporter, Steve Lawrence, was sent to Lebanon to report on the country's reconstruction but ended up reporting on the 350,000, or perhaps more, Palestinians now marooned there without residence permits, unable to work. There are 95 different kinds of jobs which Palestinians are forbidden by law to undertake, unable to travel, poor, destitute, uncared for, and generally in a pitiable, not to say dreadful state. Lawrence focuses on one refugee family in Shatila camp. They are completely without hope, without health, without money. The father tells how when his 1-week-old baby son was gravely ill he took the child to a hospital for treatment. That hospital referred him to a charity institution, Hotel Dieu, which had a contract with UNRWA to treat Palestinians. There the poor man was told that he needed to pay $3,000 before the sick baby could be treated. When Lawrence visited the hospital to find out exactly what happened, he was first told that the baby was indeed treated free of charge. Later, though, a hospital administrator admitted on camera that it was possible that the baby had been turned away because he was Palestinian. Desperate, the man took the dying child to Sidon, 50 miles away, but there too he was asked to pay $1,000. Because he started to cry, the hospital person took pity and told him to leave the baby for treatment but to come back with money the next day. Since he had no choice, the father did what he was told. When he returned the next day his child had died, but a hospital official refused to give the body back unless he was paid $220. As the disconsolate man and his wife say to Lawrence, "Death is better than the sort of life we have to lead here." The story gets worse. The reporter pays a visit to the Prime Minister, who before the cameras says that Lebanon is not responsible for the Palestinians, only Israel is. I quote verbatim from the transcript. Lawrence, is it fair for the head of the Lebanese government to say it's not our problem? Prime Minister, you know, it depends how you put it. It depends how you put it. We cannot integrate them in the society. We cannot give them the Lebanese nationality. We cannot consider them as Lebanese because they are not, and, if we did so, we feel that we are implementing the plan of Israel. Lawrence, so the refugees are stuck. Even Yasser Arafat appears to have forgotten them. Financial aid from the PLO has been cut. Contributions from wealthy Arab nations, once generous, are next to nothing now. It is particularly painful to witness such a scene on American television, which is not known for its compassion for Palestinian refugees. Certainly the brief episodes I have described do not begin to approach the exhaustive account of Palestinian life in Lebanon, Too Many Enemies, written by Rosemary Saei. But the story she tells is pretty much the same as Lawrence's, a story for which the usual excuses and explanations will not do. By the terms of Arab political logic, what the Lebanese Prime Minister says is unremarkable, perhaps even acceptable. But by the terms of normal human logic it is profoundly cruel, which is the same attitude to be found in every Arab country with a population of Palestinian refugees who, with the exception of Jordan, are largely treated as non-persons, barely tolerated, officially stigmatized as Palestinian aliens. The pity and tragedy of it is that even Palestinian leaders seem not to care about the destitute people they claim to be representing in talks with the World Bank or President Clinton. Or consider Iraq. Understandably, Saddam Hussein does not want to submit to United States bullying. But he did invade and attempt to obliterate Kuwait. He deliberately provoked a costly and ultimately useless war, and by going on as he has caused enormous suffering for his people, the most innocent of whom, children, the sick, and the aged, have paid and continue to pay the price of his folly. Is the safeguarding of Iraq's totally ineffective military assets worth such inhumanity, such callous disregard of human life, even as more presidential palaces are built and protected? There is a coarse inhumanity to public life in the Arab world that is deeply shocking. We have not paid sufficient attention to the liberal and humanistic education of our young people, nor, alas, to the real priorities for our national institutions. The inhumanity of colonialism is replicated, indeed reproduced, in our societies 2 generations after the end of colonialism. The distortions of Zionism have not been rectified by our various national movements, who have glorified raw power, a blind subservience to authority, and a truly frightening hatred of others into practices that are taking us back inexorably into the Middle Ages. In the name of what? Certainly not freedom, since we have far less of it now than we did 50 years ago. In the name of sovereignty and national unity? Certainly not, Arabs are more divided than ever. Development and democracy? Of course not. I am afraid to say it, but the conclusion is inescapable, in the name of inhumanity. That is our problem, our inability collectively and individually to treat ourselves as human beings deserve to be treated, as citizens whose lives are intrinsically important and valuable. How is the so-called peace process going to help us achieve this basic level of decency and humanity? Obviously it cannot, since the problem begins at home. The sooner we acknowledge that, the better for us. Chapter 37. Gulliver in the Middle East. Gulliver's Travels, published by the great Anglo-Irish writer Jonathan Swift in 1727, is a classic political satire. It is the story of an Englishman, Lemuel Gulliver, who decides to leave England, is shipwrecked, and in the first of the 4 voyages he recounts, lands on an obscure island, Lilliput, whose inhabitants are tiny people measuring about 6 inches in height. The second voyage takes Gulliver to Brobdingnag, a country whose residents are enormous giants. So whereas in Lilliput Gulliver describes his adventures as a giant among dwarfs, in Brobdingnag he is a dwarf among giants. Both episodes illustrate the related problems of being too big in one setting or context, and being too small in the other. Despite his immense size in Lilliput, Gulliver is victimized by the Lilliputians, who draw him into their petty intrigues, and finally decide either to kill or banish him. In Brobdingnag he is permanently disadvantaged, a tiny human surrounded by immense creatures who are in danger of crushing him by their sheer size. When he is finally allowed by the king of Brobdingnag to say something in defense of himself and the normal human world from which he comes, he launches into a long speech about life in England, with all its peculiarities of class and privilege, its court intrigues, its sordid politics and unprincipled national life, its wars, conspiracies, and general violence. Far from feeling admiration for the pitiful little being who has declaimed the speech, the king concludes instead that Gulliver belongs to the most pernicious race of little odious vermin that nature ever suffered to crawl upon the surface of the earth. So disillusioned and harsh is Swift's view of political life, so uncompromising and unforgiving is its perspective, that it seems to me to be the only one capable of dealing with the recent Iraq U.S.A crisis in all its drama, farce, and incongruousness. Despite its immense military, economic, and political power, the United States in the Middle East has had all the success of Gulliver in Lilliput, ultimately trapped in local politics by its own illusions as to its strength and its moral authority. Size and authority are simply not the same thing. Having for years behaved like an international gangster, flouting international law, supporting its clients in the most bloodthirsty exploits, resorting to subversion and insurgency in order to destabilize its enemies, the United States under George Bush suddenly discovered the importance of United Nations resolutions. No other power has resorted to the United Nations with such cynicism and contradictory policies as the United States, which is delinquent in its back payments to the World Organization amounting to about $1.3 billion. No other member state has used the veto to defend internationally condemned behavior, in this case, Israel's, as the United States, which also like no other state, has openly vented its contempt for the World Organization. Then it finds that its position vis-a-vis Iraq is best, and opportunely, expressed in a handful of resolutions passed 7 years ago, and proceeds to their literal implementation, something that has never happened before in the UN's history. In the meantime, a regime of sanctions has decimated the Iraqi infrastructure, and in effect murdered 1.5 million innocent Iraqi civilians. As recently as a few hours ago, Madeleine Albright, who lies more shamelessly than any of her predecessors in office and along with Secretary of Defense Bill Cohen acquitted herself disgracefully before a properly unimpressed audience of ordinary American citizens in Columbus, Ohio, proudly proclaimed her humanity and concern, while at the same time boasting that the sanctions against Iraq were the most complete and punitive ever imposed in history. Not to be outdone, President Bill Clinton, squirming under a whole series of investigations as to his sexual and financial misadventures, has the remarkable gall to address the Arab people as if they were a collection of morons. The United States, he says, has no quarrel with the people of Iraq, the quarrel is with Saddam Hussein, who of course suffers very little under the sanctions regime while the people of Iraq continue to suffer and die. And this was offered as a justification for a possible military strike. Nor is this all. For weeks the media have been feeding the public a diet of stories about hidden weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, which may have them for all I know, but which are neither a threat to anyone nor, in fact, have been proved by anyone to exist. The United States, reserving for itself the right to stand above all the norms of international behavior, is determined to strike if diplomacy does not work. So a massive armada of American warships, aircraft, land forces supplemented by a tiny force of British supplies, rushed to the Gulf in an unseemly gesture of slavish solidarity with the United States has been gathering at a cost of at least $50 million a day, billed directly to the U.S. taxpayer. Never mind that no clear war aim has emerged in the weeks of swaggering and threatening, nor any assurances that even Saddam's military forces, such as they are, would in fact fight against or be damaged by the strike. No assurances at all, any more than there was a possibility of mustering enough soldiers to attempt Iraq's dismemberment and occupation with the goal of toppling Saddam's dreadful regime. The net result of all this has been to reduce the American colossus to Saddam's stature, to make it plain that rather than a moral authority, the United States in its lawlessness and unilateral arrogance was on Saddam's level, a regional bully unable to do much more than strut and pose, like Gulliver Peaneywound by the tiny Lilliputians. It is equally important to recall that the United States, still strapped inside its crippling Cold War mentality, has gone from one failure to another in its general Middle East policy. Benjamin Netanyahu has wreaked havoc on the remaining tatters of the peace process, which, it is important to remember, is sponsored by the United States. Having just returned from 10 days in Palestine, I can testify to the fact that after 50 years of official state existence, the Zionist juggernaut is still in the process of taking Palestinian land, destroying houses, displacing people on a daily basis. Nearly all of it started with new vigor after September 1993. The United States has also lost the support of even those Arab and Islamic states who are its supposed allies, so appallingly insensitive and hypocritical has its behavior been in coddling Israel and at the same time demanding compliance from the Arabs. The November Doha summit was a fiasco, as was the more recent attempt to mobilize Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Jordan into anti-Iraq military action. Above all, it is the brazen duplicity of American rhetoric, as embodied in Mrs. Albright, who loses no opportunity to act like a macho thug, that reveals the threadbare principles, such as they are, of U.S. Middle East policy. How official spokesmen still can speak with a straight face of averting violence and condemning terrorism when the United States has a long record of bloody illegal action all over the Third World achieved by no other power simply defies credulity. The United States, after all, is the country that killed 3 million Vietnamese, that was behind the massacre of roughly 10% of the Guatemalan population during the 1950s, that collaborated with the Suharto regime both in the invasion of East Timor and the killing of 500,000 Indonesian Suharto suspected of being communist, that connives daily in the Turkish attacks on the Kurds, that illegally engaged in the mining of Nicaraguan harbors, for which it was condemned by the World Court, and funded subversives against the Sandinistas throughout the 1980s, that invaded Panama and Grenada, that funded Afghanistani fundamentalists, that subsidizes Israeli conquest and pillage virtually without restraint. That it has done and continues to do all this and, at the same time, arrogates for itself the right to speak of international law to the Arabs, is nothing short of stupefying, the modern equivalent of a Gulliver bellowing furiously at the very same tiny Lilliputians whose tactics and presence confuse and finally disable the lumbering giant. Despite its size and power, then, the United States has been forced to accept the realities of a world it does not and can never completely control. Looking as shamefaced and embarrassed as the local bully who has been shown up by a firm but understated schoolteacher, Bill Clinton has in effect accepted Kofi Annan's compromise. The details are as yet to be worked out, but all the diplomacy has deterred the Great War Machine, perhaps only for a short time. But I would guess that the great days of the United States in the Middle East are now definitively over. It is still true that its hegemony remains potent, but that it can continue to pretend that it can be all things to all parties, that pose has been shown for the miserable ruse that it has always been. Like Gulliver before the king of Brobdingnag, its officials boast of its prowess in arms and intrigue, but stand revealed for the hollow sham its policy has now become, manipulated by the Zionist lobby, cajoled by a battery of journalists who still believe in the United States' imperial mission, Tom Friedman, Jim Hoagland, A.M. Rosenthal, Fuad Ajami etc., but try to convince themselves that they are right when in fact they have always been proved wrong. One would wish, however, that our own part of the world had the mettle to benefit from this Gulliverian situation. Saddam, in my opinion, is too discredited and bloodied a leader to be anything more than a nuisance to his neighbors and a horror to his long-suffering people. It seems to me irrelevant whether or not in this latest confrontation he won or lost, his country destroyed and set back in its development for decades, if not generations. Saddam should do the decent thing and simply quit, although he is too stubborn and cowardly to do anything like that. I fear that many Arabs now hero worship him, despite his immense profligacy and total incompetence. Like many of his aging counterparts in the Arab world, he will limp along indefinitely until another upstart will unseat him, and start a new process either of recovery or of further slippage. Without democracy or a shared vision, the Arab leaders find themselves reduced to hushed consultations, ritual meetings, financial deals that put off even longer the massive investments needed in education, health, and democratic practices. Faced with similarly depressing actualities, Swift made Gulliver finally confront himself as an unregenerate savage, a Yahoo, as Swift calls him, lectured to not by a wise human being, but by a whinnying horse. In these dark times, it is not hard to go the whole way and condemn ourselves as a people for our congenital inability to get anything right. But, having seen the fortitude of Palestinian peasants and ordinary working people trying to fight more dispossession by Israeli settlers and army, I remain convinced that there is a battle and a cause to be served. Despite us. Chapter 38. Making History, Constructing Reality. Separated from each other by well over 300 years and the Mediterranean Sea, Ibn Khaldun, who died in 1406 at the age of 74, and Guillaume Battista Vico, the Neapolitan philosopher who died in 1744, nevertheless held astonishingly similar views of history, both of which still have great relevance today. Vico's book The New Science, published a year after his death, remained relatively unknown until the late 18th century, and was then discovered by the French historian Jules Michelet, who translated it into French. Since that time numerous major figures in European thought, Hegel, Marx, Nietzsche, Croce, Freud, James Joyce, Beckett, and many others were in some way indebted to Vico's profound insight that human beings make their own history, a history that can therefore be understood scientifically and according to laws of context, development, and understanding. Thus it would be wrong, Vico said, to judge the primitive world of Homer by the more advanced rational world of Aristotle. Humankind begins in barbarism, moves to sociability as provided by families, and then achieves social solidarity, what Ibn Khaldun, who identified the same stages, called asabiya. The essential point for both men is that the world of human beings is neither the world of nature, nor the sacred world which is made by God, but the world of history, a secular world that can be understood rationally as the result of transformations, stabilities, and upheavals that are governed by observable laws and human actions. Historical understanding is the comprehension of what human doings do and what they cannot do. In a famous passage, Ibn Khaldun makes fun of Masudi, who had an entirely fanciful idea of how Alexander first descended into the Mediterranean to frighten sea monsters so that he could then build Alexandria. In other words, historical truth has to be plausible, it must be able to place events in the proper context, it must be free of exaggeration, it must not be partisan, it must focus on what human beings did, and so on. Although this brief summary makes these two great thinkers appear simple enough to accept, the fact is that we are still struggling with the consequences of their profound insights, especially in the Arab world, but elsewhere too. Notions of conspiracy, divine intervention, heroic individuals impede our capacity for understanding that history is made by human effort, not magic or mysterious forces that act mysteriously. This may seem like an unarguable reality, but if we pay close attention to some of the explanations that are passed off today as explanations for, let us say, American and Israeli behavior, we will conclude that these explanations are really quite far from rational, secular, or plausible. In its dealings with the Arab world, the United States has been governed by pressures and interests, and not simply by a Zionist plot, or an immoral disregard for Palestinian rights, which is certainly there. As I have said frequently here, it is one of the most illogical things for Arab leaders to throw themselves on the mercy of the United States just because it is powerful and seems to speak a language of official morality. That, in my opinion, is an example of fantasy, the assumption that some leader somewhere will cast aside the logic of interests and pressures, jump out of a historical context and embrace the Arabs. A distinguished Arab political scientist in a recent study says that Oslo was simply the result of the balance of power, as if the balance of power were a fact of nature, like a tree or a mountain. The missing factor here is the role of will in the creation of power in human affairs, which both Vico and Ibn Khaldun well understood. Will operates aggressively as well as defensively. The core idea of Zionism, as Zeev Sternhell shows in an important new book called The Founding Myths of Israel, Nationalism, Socialism, and the Making of the Jewish State, was conquest. This is clear in Ben-Gurion's rhetoric. It is also clear in the language of Burl Katznelson, the major theorist of labor Zionism, who openly proclaimed in 1929 that the Zionist enterprise is an enterprise of conquest. He then adds that it is not by chance that I use military terms when speaking of settlement. To this end, the Zionist movement sought, consolidated, and deployed power consistently. This was as true in Palestine as it was after 1948, when it was clear that the new state of Israel required sustained support from abroad, especially from the United States. This will to power and conquest must be understood as the conscious, systematic creation of men and women dedicated to keeping hold of a conquered territory. Far from it being a matter of luck, or coincidence, or conspiracy, it was and still is announced as the goal of every major Israeli leader of the right or of the left. In this respect Netanyahu is cruder, but really no different from Ben-Gurion or Rabin. One of the main misunderstandings of those Palestinians who negotiated the Oslo Accords was not that they weren't aware of the balance of power, but that they were ignorant of the detailed circumstances of the Israeli military conquest and occupation of the West Bank, Gaza, the Golan Heights, and Jerusalem. If they had known them, they would have seen clearly that Oslo was designed to get Palestinian approval for an extension of those circumstances into the heart of a formal peace agreement between Israel and the PLO. Everything we now know about what happened in Oslo suggests that the Palestinian leadership believed that it was getting a state, whereas the Israelis in fact were planning exactly the opposite. The question then is if this situation was made by human beings, and is not an act of God or a fact of nature, is there any way of dealing with it that does not perpetuate the injustice? I think the answer is yes, but once again, by conscious, secular, and rational means, not by waiting for a miracle or a great leader or some unforeseen intervention, none of which can be expected in what Vico and Ibn Khaldun studied as the world of the nations, the secular world, which is governed by human effort that can be analyzed and understood rationally and historically. The influential English cultural critic Raymond Williams once said that no social system, no matter how repressive, can exhaust every social alternative that might contradict or resist it. The same is true of the United States where, despite the power of the Israeli lobby and the converging interests of that lobby with the strategic aims of the United States as characterized by the corporate and defense communities, there is an important sector of the population that is perplexed and angry that Israel should be getting away with so many infractions of what are stated U.S. policies, policies about human rights abuses, proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, illegal annexation of territory, and so on. What we need to ask ourselves is, why has this alternative constituency never been systematically addressed by the Arabs and Palestinians? Why have our leaders and renowned intellectuals and political scientists always believed that one should address only the policy makers and senior officials, and leave the rest of the population unattended to? Never having lived in the West or in a democracy, they do not understand the way power operates, not as the result of military force but as the result of mobilized opinion, the movement of ideas, the relationship between interests and ideas, and between institutions and values. As I said earlier, the Zionists grasped the importance of opinion in the modern world, and sought to influence the largest possible number of people in the West by bombarding them with images of Israel as a pioneering democratic state, built on empty, neglected, or uninhabited land, surrounded by violent Arabs who wanted to drive Jews into the sea. 90% of the Western electorate still does not know that there is a law of return only for Jews, that Israel was built on the ruins of Palestinian society, and that only Jews, at the expense of the indigenous inhabitants, can benefit from the institutions of the state, especially so far as landowning is concerned. Yes, the importance of holding on to our land is crucial, but no less crucial is the need to expose the immorality of Israel's now almost 32 years old military occupation, which is opposed by many Israelis, as well as supporters of Israel in the West. The enemies of South African apartheid did exactly that by campaigning in universities, churches, corporations, in the media. Thus South Africa's discrimination against non-whites became a public, moral cause. We have never even tried to organize such a campaign on a mass level, partly because we have not understood its importance, partly also because many of us still refuse to see the connection between power, will, and injustice, and refuse therefore to see the reverse, that power and will can be harnessed to resistance and to the cause of justice. There is nothing else on the horizon, which is bleak than it has ever been. We are getting weaker, we are slowly being overtaken and forgotten. Our resolve is in danger of succumbing to the sullen silence of other defeated native peoples. And yet a proper reading of history teaches us that even though the balance of power is unfavorable, the weaker can overcome the stronger because of the human factor, that is, the will to resist, to seek new and ingenious ways to fight injustice, to be relentless in energy and hope. I think we should draw support from the fact that despite years of oppression and dispossession we continue to exist as a people, and our voice can still be heard. That should encourage us to go on critically, consciously, creatively. Above all, we must always remember to read history as the record of what men and women did, and what they did not do. Like success, failure is made, and is not simply an automatic thing. Failure has to be constructed and worked at until it becomes a habit and a commitment. It is neither a matter of genes nor of destiny. By the same token, we can commit ourselves to changing our situation not by force of arms, which we do not possess and cannot foreseeably possess in requisite strength, but by a mass movement of people determined by political, moral, nonviolent means to prevent our further ghettoization and hopeless drift. There are hundreds of thousands of Palestinians everywhere who are in principle prepared to sound the message everywhere that men and women will listen to and are interested in understanding. Because of its historical, cultural, and religious significance, Palestine is a perennially renewed, open-ended symbol of the possibility of diversity, pluralism, and creative balance. To have expected Zionism to rise to Palestine's challenge on human and political grounds was idealistic, maybe even naive. But I remain convinced that if as Palestinians we make it clear that we are prepared with the Jews of Israel and Arab people in the surrounding region to make a new kind of history based on a politics of integration and inclusion, we can carry the day. It is slow, hard work, but it is doable and, I think, achievable in the best sense. To settle for less would be a terrible mistake whose consequences are evident all around us. Chapter 39. Scenes from Palestine. I have just returned from 2 separate trips to Jerusalem and the West Bank, where I have been making a film for the BBC to be shown in England on May 17, and then later in the month on the World Service. The occasion for my film is Israel's 50th anniversary, which I am examining from a personal and, obviously, Palestinian point of view. For our shooting in Palestine we have had an excellent crew, an English director, a young Anglo-Indian woman, whose idea it was to approach me for the film in the first place, a Palestinian cameraman, and an Israeli sound man. We concluded work on the film in New York a few days ago. All that remains is cutting, editing, and assembling the many hours of interviews, scenes from Palestinian life, etc., into a 1-hour film. This is obviously the most difficult part of the job since we already have far too much material to be conveniently stuffed into a meager 55 minutes. But the experience of going around Palestine and recording what I saw was so powerful for me that it seemed worthwhile to reflect here a little on the experience itself. I should say also that director and crew were immensely cooperative and helpful, even the Israeli sound engineer, who is employed by the BBC in Jerusalem, found the actual business of talking to Palestinians and a few Israelis very rewarding and, given his conventional Zionist upbringing, he is a liberal, by no means a dogmatic Zionist, enlightening and a definitive challenge to long-held and unexamined views about Israel's history. "It is hard to be an Israeli again," he said at the end of the shoot. Two completely contradictory impressions override all the others. First, that Palestine and Palestinians remain, despite Israel's concerted efforts from the beginning either to get rid of them or to circumscribe them so much as to make them ineffective. In this, I am confident in saying, we have proved the utter folly of Israel's policy. There is no getting away from the fact that as an idea, a memory, and as an often buried or invisible reality, Palestine and its people have simply not disappeared. The more Israel wraps itself in exclusivity and xenophobia toward the Arabs, the more it assists them in staying on, in fighting its injustices and cruel measures. This is especially true in the case of Israeli Palestinians, whose main representative in the Knesset is the remarkable Azmi Bishara. I interviewed him at length for the film and was impressed with the courage and intelligence of his stand, which is invigorating a new generation of young Palestinians, whom I also interviewed. For them, as for an increasing number of Israelis, Professor Israel Shahak in the forefront, the real battle is for equality and rights of citizenship. Contrary to its expressed and implemented intention, therefore, Israel has strengthened the Palestinian presence, even among Israeli Jewish citizens who have simply lost patience with the unendingly short-sighted policy. No matter where you turn, we are there, often only as humble, silent workers and compliant restaurant waiters, cooks, and the like, but often also as large numbers of people in Hebron, for example, who continuously resist Israeli encroachments on their lives. The second overriding impression is that minute by minute, hour by hour, day after day, we are losing more and more Palestinian land to the Israelis. There wasn't a road, or a bypassing highway, or a small village that we passed in our travel for 3 weeks that wasn't witness to the daily tragedy of land expropriated, fields bulldozed, trees, plants, and crops uprooted, houses destroyed, while the Palestinian owners stood by, helpless to do much to stop the onslaught, unassisted by Mr. Arafat's authority, uncared for by more fortunate Palestinians. It is important not to underestimate the damage that is being done, the violence to our lives that will ensue, the distortions and misery that result. There is nothing quite like the sorrowful helplessness that one feels listening to a young man who has spent 15 years working as an illegal day laborer in Israel in order to save up money to build a little house for his family, only to discover one day upon returning from work that the house has been reduced to a pile of rubble, flattened by an Israeli bulldozer with everything still inside the house. When you ask why this was done, the land, after all, was his. You are told that there was no warning, only a paper given to him the next day by an Israeli soldier stating that he had built the structure without a license. Where in the world, except under Israeli authority, are people required to have a license, which is always denied them, before they can build on their own property? Jews can build, but never Palestinians. This is racist apartheid in its purest form. I once stopped on the main road from Jerusalem to Hebron to record on film an Israeli bulldozer, surrounded and protected by soldiers, plowing through some fertile land just alongside the road. About 100 meters away stood 4 Palestinian men, looking both miserable and angry. It was their land, I was told, which they had worked for generations, now being destroyed on the pretext that it was needed to widen an already wide road built for the settlements. Why do they need a road that will be 120 meters wide? Why can't they let me go on farming my land? Asked one of them plaintively. How am I going to feed my children? I asked the men whether they received any warning that this was going to be done. No, they said, we just heard today and when we got here it was too late. What about the authority? I asked. Has it helped? No, of course not, was the answer. They're never here when we need them. I went over to the Israeli soldiers, who at first refused to talk to me in the presence of cameras and microphones. But I kept insisting, and was lucky to find one who clearly seemed troubled by the whole business, even though he said he was merely following orders. But don't you see how unjust it is to take land from farmers who have no defense against you? I said, to which he replied, it's not their land really. It belongs to the state of Israel. I recall saying to him that 60 years ago the same arguments were made against Jews in Germany, and now here were Jews using it against their victims, the Palestinians. He moved away, unwilling to respond. And so it is throughout the territories and Jerusalem, with Palestinians powerless to help each other. I gave a lecture at the University of Bethlehem in which I spoke about the continuous dispossession that was taking place, and wondered why those 50,000 security people employed by the authority, plus the thousands more who sit behind desks, pushing paper from one side of their desks to the other, cashing handsome checks at the end of each month, were not out there on the land helping to prevent the expropriations, helping the people whose livelihood was being taken from them before their eyes. Why, I asked, don't villagers go out to their fields and simply stand in front of the bulldozers, and why don't all our great leaders give support and moral help to the poor people who are losing the battle? One night I came back from filming all day and discovered that the hotel restaurant was sponsoring a Valentine's Day dinner at $38, yes, $38, per person. I was told that since I didn't have a reservation I couldn't be served, but I insisted that as a guest in the hotel I was at least entitled to a sandwich or something equally simple. I was shown a table in the corner and duly served a plate of rice and vegetables. A moment or two later I saw a Palestinian minister enter the room with 7 guests, and sit at a prominent table weighted down with the 7-course Valentine's Day menu, plus wine and drinks for all. I was so sickened by the sight of this large, fat, smiling man who spends so much time negotiating with donor countries and with the Israelis, eating away happily while his people were losing their livelihood a few meters away, that I left the room in disgust and shame. He had arrived in a gigantic Mercedes, his bodyguards and driver, 3 of them, were sitting in the hotel lobby eating bananas, while their great leader sat in the dining room and stuffed himself. This is one reason why wherever I went, whomever I talked to, whatever the question, there was never a good word for the authority or its officers. Basically it is perceived as guaranteeing security for Israel and its settlers, furnishing them with protection, not at all as a legitimate, or concerned, or helpful governmental body vis-a-vis its own people. That at the same time so many of these leaders should think it appropriate to build ostentatious villas during a period of such widespread penury and misery fairly boggles the mind. If it is to be anything today, leadership for the Palestinian people must demonstrate service and sacrifice, precisely those two things so lacking in the authority. What I found staggering is the absence of care, that is, the sense that each Palestinian is alone in his or her misery, with no one so much as concerned to offer food, blankets, or a kind word. Truly one feels that Palestinians are an orphaned people. Jerusalem is overwhelming in its continuing, unrelenting Judaization. The small, compact city in which I grew up over 50 years ago, has become an enormously spread out metropolis, surrounded on the north, south, east, and west by immense building projects that testify to Israeli power and its ability to change the character of Jerusalem. Here too there is a manifest sense of Palestinian powerlessness, as if the battle is over and the future settled. Most people I spoke to said that after the tunnel episode of last September they no longer felt the need to demonstrate against Israeli practices, nor to expose themselves to more sacrifice. After all, one of them told me, 60 of us were killed, and yet the tunnel remained open, and Arafat went to Washington, despite having said that he would not meet with Netanyahu unless the tunnel was closed. What is the point of struggling now? Few Palestinians from Gaza or the West Bank, i.e., from cities like Ramallah, Hebron, Bethlehem, Jenin, and Nablus, can enter Jerusalem, which is cordoned off by Israeli soldiers. Apartheid once again. On the Israeli side, the situation is not as bleak as one would have expected. I conducted a long interview with Professor Ilan Papp of Haifa University. He is one of the new Israeli historians whose work on 1948 has challenged Zionist orthodoxy on the refugee problem, and on Ben-Gurion's role in making the Palestinians leave. In this, of course, the new historians have confirmed what Palestinian historians and witnesses have said all along, that there was a deliberate military campaign to rid the country of as many Arabs as possible. But what Papp also said is that he is very much in demand for lectures in high schools all over Israel, even though the latest textbook for classes on Israel's history simply make no mention of the Palestinians at all. This blindness coexisting with a new openness regarding the past, characterizes the present mood, but deserves our attention as a contradiction to be deepened and analyzed further. I spent a day filming in Hebron, which strikes me as embodying all the worst aspects of Oslo. A small handful of settlers, numbering no more than about 200 people at any one time, virtually control the heart of an Arab city whose population of over 100,000 is left on the margins, unable to visit the city center, constantly under threat from militants and soldiers alike. I visited the house of a Palestinian in the old Ottoman quarter. He is now surrounded by settler bastions, including 3 new buildings that have gone up around him, plus 3 enormous water tanks that steal most of the city's water for the settlers, plus several rooftop nests of soldiers. He was very bitter about the Palestinian leadership's willingness to accept the town's partition on the entirely specious grounds that it had once contained 14 Jewish buildings dating back to Old Testament times but no longer in evidence. How did these Palestinian negotiators accept such a grotesque distortion of the reality, he asked me angrily, especially in that at the time of the negotiations not one of them had ever set foot in Hebron when they negotiated the deal. The day after I was in Hebron 3 young men were killed at the barricade by Israeli soldiers, and many more injured in the fighting that ensued. Hebron and Jerusalem are victories for Israeli extremism, not for coexistence, or for any sort of hopeful future. Perhaps the high point of my experiences with Israelis was an interview with Daniel Barenboim, the brilliant conductor and pianist who was in Jerusalem for a recital at the same time I was there for the film. Born and raised in Argentina, Barenboim came to Israel in 1950 at the age of 9, lived there for about 8 years, and has been conducting the Berlin State Opera and the Chicago Symphony Orchestra, 2 of the world's greatest musical institutions, for the last 10 years. I should also say that over the past few years he and I have become close personal friends. He was very open in our interview, regretting that 50 years of Israel should also be the occasion of 50 years of suffering for the Palestinian people. During our discussion he openly advocated a Palestinian state, and after his Jerusalem recital, to a packed audience, he dedicated his first encore to the Palestinian woman present at the recital who had invited him to dinner the night before. I was surprised that the entire audience of Israeli Jews, she and I were the only Palestinians present, received his views and the noble dedication with enthusiastic applause. Clearly a new constituency of conscience is beginning to emerge, partly as a result of Netanyahu's excesses, partly as a result of Palestinian resistance. What I found extremely heartening is that Barenboim, one of the world's greatest musicians, has offered his services as a pianist to Palestinian audiences, a gesture of reconciliation that is truly worth more than dozens of Oslo Accords. So I conclude these brief scenes from Palestinian life today. I regret not having spent time among refugees in Lebanon and Syria, and I also regret not having many hours of film at my disposal. But at this moment it seems important that we testify to the resilience and continued potency of the Palestinian cause, which clearly has influenced more people in Israel and elsewhere than we have hitherto supposed. Despite the gloom of the present moment, there are rays of hope indicating that the future may not be as bad as many of us have supposed. Chapter 40. End of the peace process, or beginning something else. Dennis Ross's latest return from the Middle East to Washington brought the usual results, absolutely nothing new by way of advancing a moribund peace process. Israel has refused the United States' modest proposal of an additional 13% withdrawal, and the Palestinian Authority has refused the refusal. As a confirmation of the hardline Israeli position, Netanyahu declared in a speech on March 26, reported by Haaretz on March 27, that we are making a constant effort to preserve the maximum in terms of land, including territories I would fight for even if they had no security value. Then he added, the permanent settlement will follow negotiations on the territorial dimension and on the functional dimension. The functional dimension would include limitations on the powers that would accrue to the Palestinians, such as a prohibition on their concluding international alliances, using Israel's water sources, threatening Israeli airspace, flooding the area with refugees. So truculent and aggressive has Netanyahu become that he seems to prefer talking exclusively to himself and to his right-wing accomplices than to anyone outside that tight little circle. The wonder of it is that he is still perceived by some American supporters of Israel, the Clinton administration among them, as making some sense. Whereas the reality is that Netanyahu lives in an Alice in Wonderland construction of his own making, sounding off like the March Hare or the Queen of Hearts with scarcely a concern for facts, possibilities, and the existence of other interests in the world besides his. I think it is obvious he believes that in the long run the Palestinian leadership will settle for 9% plus the 3% already under Palestinian self-rule, and just leave Israel alone, as if the deal had been concluded happily to everyone's satisfaction. The Clinton administration is too concerned with the president's domestic agenda to do very much about the declining American position in the Middle East. For the time being, then, United States policy will be left to the handful of small, mean-spirited men, most of them former functionaries of the Israeli lobby, whose main purpose seems to be to keep themselves in business. Robin Cook's confrontation with the Israelis may have signaled a change in European Union policy, but it is still too early to tell. In any event, there is no gainsaying the central tension, which is between Palestinians and Israelis over the land. That contest will continue, and in the absence of a credible Arab military deterrent, or a serious American dispute with Israel, it is imperative that we think of what is within our means at present. For Palestinians, one of the first imperatives is somehow to prevent disadvantaged Palestinians from taking jobs constructing Israeli settlements. Obviously, such jobs are taken out of desperation. 3 weeks ago, when I asked a Palestinian truck driver why he was working for an Israeli contractor, he replied, "I need to put food on my table. Find me another job, and I'll stop right away." With the cooperation of the authority, we need immediate attention to this problem, the answer to which is to set up an unemployment fund to prevent, or at least discourage, men from taking these jobs. I see no reason why the Legislative Council cannot challenge Arafat on this point, putting it in the context of the continuing debate over PA corruption. The fact is, for example, that somewhere between 40 and 50,000 men are employed in security services, most of them as informers and supererogatory guards. Why can't this expenditure be revised so as to divert money from security to land preservation? Additionally, there are 4 million Palestinians living abroad, quite a few of them well off and able to contribute a monthly sum to this unemployment, or alternative employment, fund. This is an urgent necessity, which in our addiction to pointless theoretical debate over strategy is left out completely. Along with restraining Palestinians from building Israeli settlements, we have to think over the whole matter of civil disobedience campaigns. I do not refer to a new intifada, since that would be to repeat something that cannot be repeated. But I do think a sustained series of peaceful marches on settlements undergoing construction, blocking traffic, demonstrations, etc. must be considered as part of a general strategy for containing Israel's daily expansionism. Since we cannot for obvious reasons reproduce the southern Lebanese situation, which has given Hezbollah an important victory, we have to plan for what we can do, and more important, for what we can win. Rebuilding demolished houses falls in the same category of disobedience and resistance. But none of this can be contemplated unless the leadership, under pressure from the Palestinian population, is driven to raise these matters, forced to concede publicly that the whole Oslo process no longer has any substance and that more urgent matters of self-preservation are our new priority. Lastly, an international campaign must be mounted against settlements and for self-determination. This would help the European Union to determine its priorities more crisply, and at last would put the United States on notice that we can no longer tolerate the slow erosion of our territorial sovereignty as a people. I have been surprised during the past few months that wherever I have spoken or written the response has been enthusiastic. Arabs, Europeans, Americans, Asians, and Africans are waiting to hear from us, are looking for ways to support a struggle that diminishes Israel's power and extraordinary arrogance. Yet unless we once again assume the responsibility for conducting our fight against apartheid as a just one, nothing very much can happen. We have been bogged down for so long in the minutiae of a fraudulent peace process that we have been unable to utter or even recall our own first principles. Netanyahu's Israel has made no secret of wanting to fight a war of attrition against us, so surely the time has come for us to admit this and disrupt the wearying charade that has involved us in 5 years of fruitless haggling over less and less. We have to be able to engage Israeli public opinion on our own terms, not as providers of security but as seekers after justice. I have no doubt that outside the main channels provided by the establishment, labor, Likud, or religious, there are numerous avenues for communicating with Israelis who are prepared to fight against apartheid and theocracy in their country. And here we must courageously welcome such people and not hide behind Jesuitic casuistry about being opposed to normalization. We must normalize with Israelis who share our goals, that is, self-determination for two peoples in Palestine. And we must be prepared to meet and visit with people like Daniel Barenboim, who has made no secret of wanting to perform for Palestinian and Arab audiences who correctly perceive that the only real avenue open for reconciliation is culture, not politics, nor economic schemes. What can be wrong with having him perform in Ramallah or Cairo or Damascus, a great artist who speaks of peace and justice for the Palestinians openly? There are others like him whom out of fear and timidity we have avoided. The time has come to make justice a common topic for us and for Israelis. The proposals I have suggested here are nothing like an answer to Dr. Haider Abdel Shafi's question, what is to be done? But for intellectuals the important thing is to think new thoughts and open lines of reflection that convention and orthodoxy have closed to us. Ours is a very unusual set of circumstances, our Israeli opponents are unusual, our history is unusual, our future, therefore, must be unusual. Surely the end of Oslo is in fact the beginning of something else, which in the present disarray has got to be better than anything now before us. I firmly believe that Oslo and all its domestic consequences on Palestinian society have been detrimental and, in the most profound sense, corrupting. Personal interests have come first, avoiding central tasks, and looking for a quick profit by doing things as usual. All these have led us to our present impasse. Certainly Israel and the United States have played a leading part in this debilitation, but it is unacceptable to overlook our own quite central role. We represent our own most formidable challenge. Unless it is met, we might as well simply give up and become the Middle East's Red Indians. Chapter 41. Art, Culture, and Nationalism. I have just returned from a short trip to Berlin, where I participated in a week-long festival dedicated not only to the performance but also to the discussion of great musical works associated with German nationalism, a nationalism no one needs to be reminded, that led to the collective insanity of Hitlerian fascism. The core of the musical program was a performance of Richard Wagner's opera Die Meistersinger von Nuremberg, the Mastersingers of Nuremberg, which he composed just after Tristan and Isolde, and in the middle of writing his vast four-opera cycle, The Ring of the Nibelung. What gives Meistersinger its special character is the paradox that alone of all his operas it is a comedy with a happy ending, and yet, because of one of its main themes, was of particular importance not just to the Nazis but to Hitler himself. The work was originally performed in 1868, roughly 3 years before the unification of Germany under Bismarck, but it strangely presages the rise of a virulent German nationalism that reached paroxysms of chauvinism during the period of the Third Reich. Near the very end of the gigantic work, one passage in the opera seems to suggest that Holy German art must be protected from foreign influences in order for it to remain German and true. This passage alone was elevated by the Nazis to the level of doctrine. Anything that did not fit the prescription of what was traditionally German art was therefore considered bad, and had to be expunged, or so Wagner's later disciples and interpreters suggested. The opera is set in 16th century Nuremberg, which Wagner saw as an analogy for the contemporary world in which he lived. At the core of the opera are a group of Mastersingers, that is, skilled singers who are experts in the rules and forms of traditional German choral art. They form a sort of guild, and yet at the same time, each of them is a craftsman or bourgeois citizen with a specific trade. The hero of the opera is Hans Sachs, a shoemaker as well as a skilled singer himself, who adopts the cause of a young nobleman, Walther, who wants to become a Mastersinger, and marry Eva, the woman offered as a prize for the best singer. Walther is a gifted musician and poet, but is impatient with the rules. His rival is Sixtus Beckmesser, the town clerk, a Mastersinger and an aspirant to Eva's hand. By the end of the opera, the two men sing in a contest for the right to marry Eva, except that Beckmesser fails miserably, despite the fact that he knows the rules very well, whereas Walther wins because, thanks to Hans Sachs's help, he combines knowledge of the rules with genuine originality. After the contest is over and Walther duly crowned a new Mastersinger and husband of Eva, Sachs then sings to the assembled townspeople of Nuremberg about how important it is to understand the new, and yet not to forget the traditional German masters, and of course their genuine, pure German art. Over time Beckmesser has been interpreted both by German nationalists and by anti-Germans as Wagner's portrait of a hated Jew, although in the opera itself Beckmesser is as German as everyone else and not at all Jewish. But because at the end of the opera Beckmesser disgraces himself, sings an ugly song, and is thrown out of the contest, it has often been assumed that what Wagner had in mind, notorious anti-Semite that he was nothing less than a ceremony of ridding Germany of a hated member of its society, that is, the Jew. And so the Nazis seem to have thought. Performances of Meistersinger during the Nazi era were used on important state occasions to celebrate Germany's cultural purity and, at the same time, to demonstrate how Jews were to be treated. Since World War II, a heated debate has raged around this opera, which is acknowledged by all as a great musical masterpiece. Is it mainly a eulogy to German culture, and hence a document of the kind of rabid German nationalism that led to Nazism and Auschwitz? Or is it a work of art in which ugly thoughts and frightening suggestions play a role but by no means determine the whole work's meaning? In Berlin, then, we debated this point, especially since our deliberations took place in the German State Opera, right in the heart of what was the capital of the Third Reich. It is part of Wagner's endless complexity that one can see in Meistersinger both the seeds of what was to come during the great Nuremberg rallies of the 1930s, as well as a humane and rich work of art that tries to show the connection between culture and an evolving nation. To interpret Wagner only as a prophet of fascism is, I believe, to miss what he himself also felt about the dangers of a nationalism that could go too far. What Sachs says at the end of the work, therefore, is that people should remain in touch with their collective past yet also be able to develop by recognizing new and valuable experiences that do not fit the nationalist prescription. And it is new and other experiences that keep culture from freezing into a hard set of doctrines. Culture is culture only when it is renewed, reinterpreted, relived. The death of culture is literalism, that is, the practice of turning tradition and history into orthodoxy and authoritarianism. A great deal of this discussion in Germany is relevant to contemporary Arab culture, which is undergoing a similar process of self-searching and reinvigoration. For us, however, our relationship to our own past, traditions, and art is complicated by our encounters with the West and Israel, both of which seem to have deprived us of various continuities and of self-confidence. In both instances, these two outside presences still command an extraordinary amount of our attention, since both remain to challenge us culturally as well as politically. The result has been an astonishing contradiction between public defiance and private anxiety, between ringing declarations of official nationalism and abject collaboration with our enemies. For years, the orthodox rhetoric of Arab nationalism stipulated that Israel was an irreducible enemy, its aggression against the Arabs an unacceptable collective assault, its very presence a burden from which we needed to be liberated. Then all of a sudden it was possible not only to accept Israel, but to conclude peace arrangements with the Jewish state, and at the same time actively to solicit American mediation. Even after the various peace arrangements revealed that Israeli governments still had active designs on Palestinian land, and Israeli settlers and soldiers remained in possession of Syrian, Lebanese, and Palestinian territories, the language of the peace process continued, at the same time that America did nothing to stop Israel, but in fact supported the most extreme of Israeli governments, that of Benjamin Netanyahu's Likud. So glaring and irreconcilable were the requirements of Arab collective orthodoxy that all sorts of amazing claims began to appear, many of them concerning Palestine. Take as an exceptionally remarkable incident the case of recent attacks on the Beirut theater, Mazraq Beirut, which organized a series of impressive events to commemorate the Palestinian side of Israel's 50 years, reported in Al Hayat, April 17, 1998. The principal organizer, Elias Khoury, is a very gifted novelist, editor, and intellectual who has remained committed to the secular and democratic goals of the Palestinian Revolution. As a Lebanese citizen, he could very easily have forgotten about Palestine, given that since 1982 the whole issue has been surrounded with ambiguities, compromises, and appallingly difficult complications for the Lebanese and Palestinian peoples. But he, and his colleagues at the theater including Fawaz Trabulsi, among several others, have remained committed to the ideals for which all of us, Palestinian and non-Palestinian, have been struggling, the core of which is a belief in the necessity of justice, non-discrimination, and equality, precisely those qualities of citizenship which Israel has denied the Palestinian people. The argument is a universalistic one, that all peoples, regardless of religion, race, or language, are entitled to the same civil, political, and human rights. Given Israel's radical mistreatment of its non-Jewish citizens on the grounds of both religion and language, the only intellectually responsible position is to assert the invalidity of such discrimination, replacing it not with discrimination for Arabs, but rather non-discrimination for all. In this respect, therefore, the Palestinian struggle has derived much of its moral argument from the support of non-Zionist Jews, especially those Jews in Arab countries like Morocco and Tunisia who have suffered precisely because they opposed the Zionism of their own communities. This was also the case with Palestinian Jews and, more recently, Sephardic Jews, from Yemen and Iraq and Egypt, whose victimization in Israel as non-Ashkenazi Jews has turned them into powerful critics of the Jewish state. One of the more interesting panels in Beirut was to have been made up of a group of Arab Jews, all of whom, without exception I think particularly of the Moroccan Ibrahim Sarfati, imprisoned for many years by King Hassan, have paid very heavily for their public support of radical non-Zionist ideas. How outrageous and unacceptable, then, the hue and cry against Beirut theater for inviting such people on the pretext that this was normalization with the Israeli enemy. The scheduled panel was cancelled. So false and utterly specious is this notion that it returns us to the kind of discredited German nationalism that culminated in German fascism, whose main cultural argument against the German Jews was that they were not really German but outsiders whose presence in some way sullied and tarnished the pristine essence of what, as Wagner's character had said in Meistersinger, was true and German, ich und Deutsch. The notion that pure cultures, pure identities, and pure nations really exist is supremely arrogant and without merit at all. No culture, no nation, no people is free of an enormous variety of mixes. What would Germany have been without Italy, or without Greece or France, or without the Slavs, and now the Turks and Kurds and Arabs that make up a large part of its present reality? Very little, and very little also if one says, as Hitler and Goebbels did, that even German Jews, who spoke German and considered German culture their culture, were not really German, as if being really German was something that could be legislated and even created in a laboratory. Human history and reality are more complex than that, and always contain impurities that it would be folly to exclude or destroy. What is it, then, that we have against Israel if we say that we want a pure Palestine, free of Jews, free of everything that isn't pure Arab and Muslim and Palestinian? Nothing at all. We would be mimicking exactly what it is that we attack. And how ignorant and narrow-minded, how chauvinistic and racist it is to define a person not by his/her ideas and values, but by his racial origins, religion, or culture. What I found particularly important about the German discussion is that it took place at all. Our own situation, it seems, does not permit honest discussion of that sort, as if the notion that there is a real Palestinian struggle on behalf of real freedom and democracy is something that frightens the establishment, as if the idea that people demand the same respect and consideration from Israel toward the Palestinian people which it has dispossessed and oppressed is also an argument that should not be stated and restated within the Arab world. One language and universal rights, although honored rhetorically, turn out to be very dangerous things when spoken both at home in the Arab world and abroad in places like Paris and New York. The challenge is not to admit a double standard and not to use two different languages. That would be to fall into the very trap which we claim Israel has not evaded. Our struggle must present an alternative view of how culture and politics are related. We cannot say that only Arabs can speak about Arabs, and only Arab Muslims can discuss Palestine. In other words, we must either be part of the solution or, terrible as it may be to admit, part of the problem. The attacks on Elias Khoury and Beirut Theater are a scandal of hypocrisy and frenzied chauvinism. We can ill afford such nonsense, given the enormity of Israeli persecution of non-Jews, i.e., Palestinians. We can do a lot better than simply replicating the same bankrupt xenophobia in the midst of our struggle. Chapter 42. 50 Years of Dispossession. In the United States, celebrations of Israel's 50 years as a state have tried to project an image of the country that went out of fashion since the Palestinian Intifada, 1987-92, a pioneering state, full of hope and promise for the survivors of the Nazi Holocaust, a haven of enlightened liberalism in a sea of Arab fanaticism and reaction. On April 15, for instance, CBS broadcast a 2-hour primetime program from Hollywood hosted by Michael Douglas and Kevin Costner, featuring movie stars such as Arnold Schwarzenegger, Kathy Bates, who recited passages from Golda Meir, minus, of course, her most celebrated remark that there were no Palestinians, and Winona Ryder. None of these luminaries are particularly known for their Middle Eastern expertise or enthusiasm, although all of them in one way or another praised Israel's greatness and enduring achievements. There was even time for a cameo appearance by President Bill Clinton, who provided perhaps the least edifying, most atavistic note of the evening by complimenting Israel, a small oasis, for making a once barren desert bloom, and for building a thriving democracy in hostile terrain. Ironically enough, no such encomium were intoned on Israeli television, which has been broadcasting a 22-part series, Tekuma, on the country's history. This series has a decidedly more complicated and indeed more critical content. Episodes on the 1948 war, for instance, made use of archival sources unearthed by the so-called revisionist historians, Benny Morris, Elon Papp, Avi Shlaim, Tom Segav, et.al., to demonstrate that the indigenous Palestinians were forcibly expelled, their villages destroyed, their land taken, their society eradicated. It was as if Israeli audiences had no need of all the palliatives provided for diasporic and international viewers, who still needed to be told that Israel was a cause for uncomplicated rejoicing and not, as it has been for Palestinians, the cause of a protracted and still continuing dispossession of the country's indigenous people. That the American celebration simply omitted any mention of the Palestinians indicated also how remorselessly an ideological mindset can hold on, despite the facts, despite years of news and headlines, despite an extraordinary, if ultimately unsuccessful, effort to keep effacing Palestinians from the picture of Israel's untroubled sublimity. If they're not mentioned, they don't exist. Even after 50 years of living the Palestinian exile, I still find myself astonished at the lengths to which official Israel and its supporters will go to suppress the fact that a half-century has gone by without Israeli restitution, recognition, or acknowledgement of Palestinian human rights, and without, as the facts undoubtedly show, connecting that suspension of rights to Israel's official policies. Even when there is a vague buried awareness of the facts, as is the case with a front-page New York Times story on April 23 by Ethan Bronner, the Palestinian Nakba is characterized as a semi-fictional event, dutiful inverted commas around the word catastrophe for instance, caused by no one in particular. When Bronner quotes an uprooted Palestinian who describes his miseries, the man's testimony is qualified by for most Israelis, the idea of Mr. Shikaki staking claim to victimhood is chilling, a reaction made plausible as Bronner blithely leapfrogs over the man's uprooting and systematic deprivations and immediately tells us how his rage, for years the approved word for dealing with Palestinian history, has impelled his sons into joining Hamas and Islamic Jihad. Ergo, Palestinians are violent terrorists, whereas Israel can go on being a vibrant and democratic regional superpower established on the ashes of Nazi genocide. But not on the ashes of Palestine, an obliteration that lingers on in measures taken by Israel to block Palestinian rights, domestically as well as in territories occupied in 1967. Take land and citizenship. Approximately 750,000 Palestinians were expelled in 1948, they are now roughly 4 million. Left behind were 120,000, now 1 million, who subsequently became Israelis, a minority constituting about 18% of the state's population, but not fully fledged citizens in anything more than name. In addition, there are 2.5 million Palestinians without sovereignty on the West Bank and Gaza. Israel is the only state in the world which is not the state of its actual citizens, but of the whole Jewish people, who consequently have rights that non-Jews do not. Without a constitution, Israel is governed by basic laws, of which one in particular, the law of return, makes it possible for any Jew anywhere to emigrate to Israel and become a citizen, at the same time that native-born Palestinians do not have the same right. Of the land of the state, 93% is characterized as Jewish land, meaning that no non-Jew is allowed to lease, sell, or buy it. Before 1948, the Jewish community in Palestine owned a little over 6% of the land. A recent case in which a Palestinian Israeli, Adel Kayatan, wished to buy land but was refused because he was a non-Jew has become something of a cause célèbre in Israel, and has even made it to the Supreme Court, which is supposed to but would prefer not to rule on it. Kayatan's lawyer has said that as a Jew in Israel, I think that if a Jew somewhere else in the world was prohibited from buying state land, public land, owned by the federal government, because they're Jews, I believe there would have been an outcry in Israel. New York Times, March 1, 1998. This anomaly about Israeli democracy, not well known and rarely cited, is compounded by the fact that, as I said above, Israel's land in the first place was owned by Palestinians expelled in 1948. Since their forced exodus, their property was legally turned into Jewish land by the absentees property law, the law of the state's property, and the land ordinance, the acquisition of land for public purposes. Now only Jewish citizens have access to that land, a fact that does not corroborate The Economist's extraordinarily sweeping statement on Israel at 50, April 25 to May 1, 1998, that since the state's founding Palestinians have enjoyed full political rights. What makes it specially galling for Palestinians is that they have been forced to watch the transformation of their own homeland into a Western state, one of whose express purposes is to provide for Jews and not for non-Jews. Between 1948 and 1966, Palestinian Israelis were ruled by military ordinance. After that, as the state regularized its policies on education, legal practice, religion, social, economic, and political participation, a regime evolved to keep the Palestinian minority disadvantaged, segregated, and constantly discriminated against. There is an eye-opening account of this shabby history which is rarely cited or, when it is, elided or explained away by the euphemism, familiar from South African apartheid, that they have their own system. It is the report of March 1998 entitled Legal Violations of Arab Minority Rights in Israel, published by Adalah, the Arabic word for justice, an Arab Jewish organization within Israel. Especially telling is the section on the discriminatory approach of Israeli courts, routinely praised by supporters of Israel for their impartiality and fairness. In fact, the report notes that, while the courts have delivered progressive and decent-minded decisions on the rights of women, homosexuals, the disabled, etc., they have since 1948 dismissed all cases dealing with equal rights for Arab citizens, and have never included a declaratory statement in decisions regarding the protection of Arab group rights. This is borne out by a survey of criminal and civil cases in which Arabs get no help from the courts and are far more likely to be indicted than Jews in similar circumstances. It is only in the past year or two that investigations of Israel's political makeup, hitherto assumed to be socialist, egalitarian, pioneering, forward-looking, have turned up a rather different picture. Zeev Sternhell's book The Founding Myths of Israel, Princeton 1998, is the work of an Israeli historian of 20th-century right-wing European mass movements who finds a disturbing congruence between those movements and Israel's own brand of what he rightly calls nationalist socialism. Far from being socialist, Israel's founders and subsequently the polity they established were profoundly anti-socialist, bent almost entirely upon conquest of the land and the creation of self-realization and a new sense of organic peoplehood that moved steadily to the right during the pre-1948 years. Neither the Zionist movement abroad, Sternhell says, nor the pioneers who were beginning to settle the country could frame a policy toward the Palestinian national movement. The real reason for this was not a lack of understanding of the problem but a clear recognition of the insurmountable contradiction between the basic objectives of the two sides. After 1948, policy toward the Palestinians clearly envisioned that community's disappearance or its political nullity, since it was evident that the contradiction between the two sides would always remain insurmountable. Israel, in short, could not become a secular liberal state, despite the efforts of 2 generations of publicists to make it so. After 1967, the occupation of the West Bank and Gaza produced a military and civil regimacy established in the occupied territories from the early 1970s. In addition, Jihad demonstrates the tragic lack of preparation and understanding in the PLO's strategy during the peace process, with the result that much of the sympathy gained internationally for the Palestinians against Israeli settlement policy and its dismal human rights record was frittered away, unused and unexploited. All the support and sympathy, he says, which it took years for Palestinians to rally, returned home, so to speak, with the mistaken belief that the struggle was over. The Palestinians, as much as the Israelis, helped in giving the false impression through, among other things, the highly publicized media image of the Arafat-Rabin handshake, that the Israeli-Palestinian conflict was resolved. No serious attempt was made to remind the world that one of the main causes of the conflict after 1967, the Israeli settlements in occupied Palestinian territory, remained intact. This is not to speak of the other basic unresolved questions of the return of refugees, compensation, and the issue of Jerusalem, 131. Unquestionably, the moral dilemma faced by anyone trying to come to terms with the Palestinian-Israeli conflict is a deep one. Israeli Jews are not white settlers of the stripe that colonized Algeria or South Africa, though they have used similar methods. They are correctly seen as victims of a long history of Western, largely Christian, anti-Semitic persecution that culminated in the scarcely comprehensible horrors of the Nazi Holocaust. To Palestinians, however, their own role is that of victims of the victims. This is why Western liberals who openly espoused the anti-apartheid movement, or the cause of the Nicaraguan Sandinistas, or Bosnia, or East Timor, or American civil rights, or Armenian commemoration of the Turkish genocide, or many other political causes of that kind, have shied away from openly endorsing Palestinian self-determination. An even greater challenge is the difficulty of separating Palestinian and Israeli Jewish populations, who are now inextricably linked in all sorts of ways, despite the immense chasm that divides them. Those of us who for years have argued for a Palestinian state have come to the realization that if such a state, the inverted commas here are definitely required, is going to appear out of the shambles of Oslo, it will be weak, economically dependent on Israel, without real sovereignty or power. Above all, as the present map of the West Bank amply shows, the Palestinian autonomy zones will mostly be non-contiguous. They now account for only 3% of the West Bank. Netanyahu's government has balked at giving up an additional 13%, and effectively divided into Bantustans controlled from the outside by Israel. The only reasonable course, therefore, is to recommend that Palestinians and their supporters renew the struggle against the fundamental principle that relegates non-Jews to subservience on the land of historical Palestine. This, it seems to me, is what is entailed by any principled campaign on behalf of justice for Palestinians, and certainly not the enfeebled separatism that movements like Peace Now have fitfully embraced and quickly abandoned. There can be no concept of human rights, no matter how elastic, that accommodates the strictures of Israeli state practice against non-Jewish Palestinians in favor of Jewish citizens. Only by facing the inherent contradiction between what in effect is a theocratic and ethnic exclusivism on the one hand and genuine democracy on the other can there be any hope for reconciliation and peace in Israel/Palestine. For Palestinians whose aim was Palestinian submission and Israeli dominance, an extension of the model on which Israel proper functioned. Settlements were established in the late summer of 1967, and Jerusalem annexed, not by right-wing parties but by the Labour Party, a member, interestingly enough, of the Socialist International. The promulgation of literally hundreds of occupiers' laws directly contravened not only the tenets of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights but the Geneva Conventions as well. These violations ran the gamut from administrative detention, to mass land expropriations, house demolishments, forced movement of populations, torture, uprooting of trees, assassination, book banning, closure of schools and universities. Always, however, the illegal settlements were being expanded as more and more Arab land was ethnically cleansed so that Jewish populations from Russia, Ethiopia, Canada, and the United States, among other places, could be accommodated. After the Oslo Accords were signed in September 1993, conditions for Palestinians steadily worsened. It became impossible for Palestinians to travel freely between one place and another. Jerusalem was declared off-limits, and massive building projects transformed the country's geography. In everything, the distinction between Jew and non-Jew is scrupulously preserved. The most perspicacious analysis of the legal situation obtaining after Oslo is Raja Shehataya's in his book From Occupation to Interim Accords, Israel and the Palestinian Territories, Kluwer, 1997, an important work that demonstrates the carefully preserved continuity between Israeli negotiating strategy during the Oslo process and its land occupation pole. Chapter 43. New History, Old Ideas. The French monthly Le Monde Diplomatique, together with the Revue d'études palestiniennes, a quarterly journal published in Paris by the Institute of Palestine Studies, held a conference last week which I attended and participated in. Although it was announced as the first time that the so-called new Israeli historians and their Palestinian counterparts had exchanged ideas in public, it was actually the third or fourth time, yet what made the Paris meeting so novel was that this was certainly the first time that a prolonged exchange between them was possible. On the Palestinian side there were Eli Samber, Nur Masalha, and myself. On the Israeli side Benny Morris, Elon Papp, Itamar Rubinowicz, who is not really a new historian, but a former Labour Party advisor, Israeli ambassador to the United States, professor of history at Tel Aviv University, and an expert on Syria, but whose views seem to be changing, and finally, Zeev Sternhell, professor at the Hebrew University, author of The Founding Myths of Israel, a very important book in which he dispels the myths about Israeli society as a liberal, socialist, democratic state in an extraordinarily detailed analysis of its illiberal, quasi-fascist, and profoundly anti-socialist character as evidenced by the Labour Party generally, and the Histadrut in particular. Because it was not well promoted, the conference attracted rather small audiences on the whole, but because of the quality of the material presented and the fact that sessions went on for several hours, it was a very valuable exercise, despite the unevenness of some of the contributions. One very powerful impression I had was that whereas the Israeli participants, who were by no means all of the same political persuasion, often spoke of the need for detachment, critical distance, and reflective calm as important for historical study, the Palestinian side was much more urgent, more severe, and even emotional in its insistence on the need for new history. The reason is of course that Israel, and consequently most Israelis, are the dominant party in the conflict. They hold all the territory, have all the military power, and can therefore take their time and have the luxury of sitting back and letting the debate unfold calmly. Only Ilan Pappe was open in his espousal of the Palestinian point of view, and, in my opinion, provided the most iconoclastic and brilliant of the Israeli interventions. For the others, in varying degree, Zionism was seen as a necessity for Jews. I was surprised, for instance, when Sternhell during the final session admitted that a grave injustice was committed against the Palestinians, and that the essence of Zionism was that it was a movement for conquest, then went on to say that it was a necessary conquest. One of the most remarkable things about the Israelis, again except for Pappe, is the profound contradiction, bordering on schizophrenia, that informs their work. Benny Morris, for example, 10 years ago wrote the most important Israeli work on the birth of the Palestinian refugee problem. Using Haganah and Zionist archives, he established beyond any reasonable doubt that there had been a forced exodus of Palestinians as a result of a specific policy of transfer which had been adopted and approved by Ben-Gurion. Morris's meticulous work showed that in district after district commanders had been ordered to drive out Palestinians, burn villages, systematically take over their homes and property. Yet strangely enough, by the end of the book Morris seems reluctant to draw the inevitable conclusions from his own evidence. Instead of saying outright that the Palestinians were, in fact, driven out, he says that they were partially driven out by Zionist forces, and partially left as a result of war. It is as if he was still enough of a Zionist to believe the ideological version that Palestinians left of their own accord without Israeli eviction rather than completely to accept his own evidence, which is that Zionist policy dictated Palestinian exodus. Similarly, in his book Sternhell admits that the Zionists never considered the Arabs as a problem, because if they did they would have openly admitted that the Zionist plan to establish a Jewish state could not have been realized without also getting rid of the Palestinians. But he still insisted during the conference in Paris that although it was morally wrong to expel Palestinians, it was necessary to do so. Despite these discordances, it is impressive that when pushed hard either by Pappe or by the Palestinians, both Morris and Sternhell appeared to hesitate. I take their changing views as symptomatic of a deeper change taking place inside Israel. The point here is that a significant change in the main lines of Zionist ideology cannot really occur within the hegemony of official politics, either Labour or Likud, but must take place outside that particular context, that is, where intellectuals are more free to ponder and reflect upon the unsettling realities of present-day Israel. The problem with other attempts by intellectuals on both sides to influence Netanyahu's policies, for instance, is that, as in the case of the Copenhagen Group, they take place too close to governments who have a much narrower, much shorter range view of things. If the years since 1993 have shown anything, it is that, no matter how enlightened or liberal, the official Zionist view of the conflict with the Palestinians is, and this is as true of left Zionists like Meretz or center-left people like Shimon Peres, they are prepared to live with the schizophrenia I referred to above. Yes, we want peace with the Palestinians, but no, there was nothing wrong with what we had to do in 1948. So far as real peace is concerned, this basic contradiction is quite untenable, since it accepts the notion that Palestinians in their own land are secondary to Jews. Moreover, it also accepts the fundamental contradiction between Zionism and democracy. How can one have a democratic Jewish state and, as is now the case, 1 million non-Jews who are not equal in rights, landowning, or work to the Jews? The great virtue of the new historians is that their work at least pushes the contradictions within Zionism to limits otherwise not apparent to most Israelis, and even to many Arabs. It is certainly true that the great political importance today of the new Israeli historians is that they have confirmed what generations of Palestinians, historians, or otherwise, have been saying about what happened to us as a people at the hands of Israel. And of course they have done so as Israelis who in some measure speak for the conscience of their people and society. But here, speaking self-critically, I feel that as Arabs generally and Palestinians in particular we must also begin to explore our own histories, myths, and patriarchal ideas of the nation, something which, for obvious reasons, we have not so far done. During the Paris colloquium, Palestinians, including myself, were speaking with a great sense of urgency about the present, since, in this present, the Palestinian Nakba continues. Dispossession goes on, and the denial of our rights has taken new and more punishing forms. Nevertheless, as intellectuals and historians we have a duty to look at our history, the history of our leaderships and of our institutions, with a new critical eye. Is there something about those that can perhaps explain the difficulties as a people that we now find ourselves in? What about the conflict between the great families or Hamulas, the fact that our leaders have traditionally not been elected democratically, and the fact, equally disastrous, that we seem to reproduce corruption and mediocrity in each new generation? These are serious and even crucial matters, and they cannot either be left unanswered or postponed indefinitely under the guise of national defense and national unity. There is perhaps a start of critical self-awareness in Yazid Sayeg's new book on the history of Palestinian armed struggle, but we need more concretely political and critical works of that sort, works whose grasp of all the complexities and paradoxes of our history are not shied away from. So far as I know, the works of Morris, Papp, and Sternhell have not been translated into Arabic. This should be remedied forthwith. Just as important, I think, is the need for Arab intellectuals to interact directly with these historians by having them invited for discussions in Arab universities, cultural centers, and public fora. Similarly, I believe it is our duty as Palestinian and, yes, even Arab, intellectuals to engage Israeli academic and intellectual audiences by lecturing at Israeli centers, openly, courageously, uncompromisingly. What have years of refusing to deal with Israel done for us? Nothing at all, except to weaken us and weaken our perception of our opponent. Politics since 1948 is now at an end, buried in the failures of the Oslo process of attempted separation between Israeli Jews and Palestinians. As part of the new politics I have been speaking about in these articles, a splendid opportunity presents itself in continued interaction with the new Israeli historians who, while a tiny minority, nevertheless represent a phenomenon of considerable importance. Their work, for instance, had a great influence on Tekuma, shown on Israeli television as a history of the state produced for its 50th year celebrations. They are greatly in demand in Israeli schools as lecturers, and their work has attracted the attention of historians and others in both Europe and the United States. It seems anomalous, not to say retrograde, that the one place they have not been fully heard is the Arab world. We need to rid ourselves of our racial prejudices and ostrich-like attitudes, and make the effort to change the situation. The time has come. Chapter 44. The Other Wilaya. Most of the great liberation struggles of the 20th century were unconventional in that they were ultimately won not by armies but by flexible, Mobile political forces who relied more on initiative, creativity, and surprise than they did on holding fixed positions, the firepower of conventional armies, and the sheer weight of formal institutions and traditional establishments. During the 1968 Tet Offensive, the North Vietnamese risked, and lost, many men in all sorts of daring raids inside the South Vietnamese capital, Saigon, which is where the American General Command was also located. The purpose of these attacks was to draw attention to American and South Vietnamese vulnerability, and this was certain to be recorded on U.S. television. In other words, the point was to influence American audiences in America, to provoke resistance and dissent in the United States, to demonstrate the weakness of the American political cause whose main purpose was to impose its will on Vietnam. During the 1954-62 War of National Liberation in Algeria, the FLN divided Algeria into 6 districts, or wilayas, each of which had its own command structure, field of operations, fighting forces. The 7th wilaya was metropolitan France itself. The idea was that given French military superiority, it would be crucial for the liberation movement to conduct political operations behind the French lines, that is, to win as much opinion and gain as much support as possible from French civilians. And this proved to be a significant factor in the Algerian victory, which, to repeat, was not military but political. Influential French public figures like Jean-Paul Sartre, Pierre Vidal-Naquet, Jean Genet, and others were won over to the Algerian side, even though as French citizens they were expected to oppose the insurrection defying French colonialism. And in South Africa, it was a major component of ANC policy to make sure that white South Africans were directly involved in the struggle against apartheid. The policy was clear. Since it was necessary to convince whites that a victory for justice was not the beginning of a new form of injustice, whites were always promised that if they stayed, they would enjoy equality with blacks in the event of an ANC victory. Therefore, it was a logical necessity for whites to be directly involved in the struggle against apartheid as members of the ANC. Without such a policy of actually getting white men and women to fight a policy that racially favored them, the ANC could not have won the battle inside South Africa. When the movement was at its lowest ebb inside the country, its leaders imprisoned, killed, or exiled, its cadres demoralized, the apartheid government's forces in complete control, the focus of struggle shifted to the international arena and to influential whites. Similarly, during the civil rights movement of the 60s in the United States, it was because the black leadership actively sought out intellectuals and public figures for their support as whites, going on marches, signing petitions, and so forth, that it achieved some measure of success. Such a strategy demands extraordinary discipline and detail. A friend of mine who went to North Vietnam in the late 60s told me that when he visited the NLF's political headquarters, he was astonished to see an enormous map of the United States divided into each of the 500 congressional districts. For each district, the Vietnamese had drawn up a list of congressmen as well as 10 issues, domestic as well as international, that each of the congressmen had voted on. In this way, the Vietnamese were able to keep tabs on every voting record and each congressman who might be persuaded to change or reconfirm a vote bearing on the war in Vietnam. And this at a time when the United States was bombing the whole of Indochina on a scale that far outstripped anything in World War II or the Korean conflict. The South Africans during the 1980s and early 90s organized a boycott of visiting academics, journalists, sports figures, entertainers, and businessmen, but lifted the boycott in individual cases. When I went there in May 1991 as a guest of the Universities of Cape Town and Johannesburg, I had to be passed by the boycott committee, who reasoned that my presence would enhance the anti-apartheid struggle. In other words, there was never a total, undiscriminating opposition to every person assumed to be on the other side, neither in Vietnam, the United States, Algeria, nor South Africa. A subtle system of trying to involve people from the opposing camp on the side of liberation was an essential component of the battle. Our position as Palestinians and Arabs generally in opposition to the abuses of Zionism must deal with the other side with equal knowledge and discrimination. The idea that we should boycott all Israelis as a way of opposing normalization is, in my opinion, far too blunt an instrument and in the end both impractical and self-destructive. In the first place, there is practically no conventional Arab military or political force that truly opposes Israel. Even the PLO, to say nothing of states like Jordan and Egypt, have signed peace agreements with Israel. We have no credible military option of any sort, with the exception of a valiant guerrilla struggle waged by Hezbollah in South Lebanon. Secondly, there are many Israelis who are quite disgusted with the policies of the Netanyahu government and who can be effective in helping us with the struggle against apartheid, which currently disfigures the Israeli and Palestinian landscape. Thirdly, we have foolishly confined our acceptance of Israeli forces on our side only to those connected in some way to the government and establishment. This is as true of the PLO currying favor with the Labour Party as it is of independent intellectuals who are happy to meet with people like Mossad operative David Kimchi in Copenhagen. This is to fundamentally misunderstand the nature of our battle for equal rights and for self-determination. As was the case in South Africa, we cannot be ambiguous about making it clear to Israelis that our fight does not envision driving them out of the Middle East altogether. We cannot turn the clock back to pre-1917 or pre-1948 days, but we can assure them, as Mandela regularly assured the white South African community, that we want them to stay and share the same land with us on an equal basis. There is therefore an appeal to be made to Israelis on the grounds of civil, human, and political rights for all the peoples of Palestine. What we oppose is that Israelis should dominate us, and continue to occupy and deprive us of our land. If we were to say to democratic elements in the Israeli population that we want the same things, equal rights, and a decent life in peace and security, we can then enlist each other's help in the struggle. But we must do this with attention to the exact nature of Israeli civil society, just as the Vietnamese did with the United States or the Algerians with France. I emphasize this notion of acting and taking into consideration the existence of other wilayas as a way of criticizing the ineffective notion of an absolute demarcation between us and every single Israeli or Jew. This is why in a previous article I spoke about the need for Palestinian intellectuals to address Israeli students, professors, intellectuals, artists, and other independent people directly, rather than to say that we will never talk to or deal with any Israeli. In the absence of a real military option, in the absence even of a real front dividing Palestinians from Israelis, the two populations are mixed despite the dreams of Zionism to separate them. There is no way for Palestinians to gain their rights without actively involving Israelis in their struggle. A well-organized international campaign against the settlements, a major march, including Israelis and Palestinians, on one of the settlements, public meetings in which common goals are articulated, in such efforts it is we, not the Israelis, who must take the initiative, and we must do so at the same time that we speak openly and candidly about putting our own house in order. As a people we can no longer endure quietly the tyranny and corruption of the present Palestinian regime. Make no mistake about it, the Israeli government wants a weak, corrupt, and unpopular Palestinian Authority. It has no use for democracy or a dialogue between equals. This is why we must take our cause to the very heart of the Israeli Wilaya, to speak both of peace and of democracy for two peoples. Until we can do this and do it without complexes about speaking with the enemy, until we can make distinctions between the real forces of peace in Israel and the Labour Party, we will continue to drift and suffer the costs of occupation and undemocratic Palestinian rule. We must speak the truth to power. Chapter 45. Breaking the Deadlock, a Third Way. Now that Oslo has clearly been proven the deeply flawed and unworkable peace process that it really was from the outset, Arabs, Israelis, and their various and sundry supporters need to think a great deal more, rather than less, clearly. A number of preliminary points seem to suggest themselves at the outset. Peace is now a discredited word, and is no guarantee that further harm and devastation will not ensue to the Palestinian people. The Roman historian Tacitus says of the Roman conquest of Britain that the Roman army created a desolation, and called it peace. The very same thing happened to us as a people, with the willing collaboration of the Palestine Authority, the Arab states, with a few significant exceptions, Israel and the United States. Second, it is no use pretending that we can improve on the current deadlock, which in the Oslo framework as it stands is unbreakable, by returning to golden moments of the past. We can neither return to the days before the war of 1967, nor can we accept slogans of rejectionism that in effect send us back to the golden age of Islam. The only way to undo injustice, as Israel Shahak and Azmi Bishara have both said, is to create more justice, not to create new forms of vindictive injustice, i.e., they have a Jewish state, we want an Islamic state. On the other hand, it seems equally fatuous to impose total blockades against everything Israeli, now in fashion in various progressive Arab circles, and to pretend that that is the really virtuous nationalist path. There are after all 1 million Palestinians who are Israeli citizens. Are they also to be boycotted, as they were during the 1950s? What about Israelis who support our struggle, but are neither members of the slippery peace now or of Meretz or of the great Israeli Labour Party led by Ehud Barak, widely presumed to be the murderer of Kamal Nasir and Abu Iyad? Should they artists, free intellectuals, writers, students, academics, ordinary citizens be boycotted because they are Israelis? Obviously to do so would be to pretend that the South African triumph over apartheid hadn't occurred, and to ignore all the many victories for justice that occurred because of nonviolent political cooperation between like-minded people on both sides of a highly contested and movable line. And we must cross the line of separation which has been one of the main intentions of Oslo to erect that maintains current apartheid between Arab and Jew in historic Palestine. Go across, but do not enforce the line. Third and perhaps most important, there is a great difference between political and intellectual behavior. The intellectual's role is to speak the truth, as plainly, directly and as honestly as possible. No intellectual is supposed to worry about whether what is said embarrasses, pleases, or displeases people in power. Speaking the truth to power means additionally that the intellectual's constituency is neither a government nor a corporate or a career interest, only the truth unadorned. Political behavior principally relies upon considerations of interest, advancing a career, working with governments, maintaining one's position, etc. In the wake of Oslo, it is therefore obvious that continuing the line propagated by the three parties to its provisions Arab states, the Palestinian Authority, the Israeli government is political behavior, not intellectual. Take for example the joint declaration made by Egyptian and Israeli men, mostly men, on behalf of the Cairo Peace Society and Peace Now. Remove all the high-sounding phrases about peace, and not only do you get a ringing endorsement of Oslo, but also a return to the Sadat Begin agreements of the late 70s, which are described as courageous and momentous. But what does this have to do with Palestinians whose territory and self-determination were removed from those courageous and momentous Camp David documents? Besides, Egypt and Israel are still at peace. What would people think if a few Israelis and Palestinians got together and issued ringing proclamations about Israeli-Syrian peace that were meant to appeal to those two governments? Crazy, most people would say. What entitles two parties, one who oppresses Palestinians and the other who has arrogated the right to speak for them, to proclaim peaceful goals in a conflict that is not between them? Moreover, the idea of appealing to this Israeli government, expecting solutions from it, is like asking Count Dracula to speak warmly about the virtues of vegetarianism. In short, political behavior of this sort simply reinforces the hold of a dying succubus, Oslo, on the future of real, as opposed to fraudulent, American Israeli-Palestinian peace. But neither, I must also say, is it intellectually responsible in effect to return to blanket boycotts of the sort now becoming the fashion in various Arab countries. As I said earlier, this sort of tactic, it is scarcely a strategy, any more than sticking one's head in the sand like an ostrich is a strategy, is regressive. Israel is neither South Africa, nor Algeria, nor Vietnam. Whether we like it or not, the Jews are not ordinary colonialists, they suffered the Holocaust, and they are the victims of anti-Semitism. But they cannot use those facts to initiate and continue the dispossession of another people that bears no responsibility for either of those prior facts. I have been saying for 20 years that we have no military option, and are not likely to have one anytime soon. And neither does Israel have a real military option. Despite their enormous power, Israelis have not succeeded in achieving either the acceptance or the security they crave. On the other hand, not all Israelis are the same, and whatever happens, we must learn to live with them in some form, preferably justly, rather than unjustly. Therefore the third way avoids both the bankruptcy of Oslo and the retrograde policies of total boycotts. It must begin in terms of the idea of citizenship, not nationalism, since the notion of separation, Oslo, and of triumphalist unilateral theocratic nationalism, whether Jewish or Muslim, simply does not deal with the realities before us. Therefore a concept of citizenship, whereby every individual has the same citizens' rights, based not on race or religion, but on equal justice for each person guaranteed by a constitution, must replace all our outmoded notions of how Palestine will be cleansed of our enemies. Ethnic cleansing is ethnic cleansing whether it is done by Serbians, Zionists, or Hamas. What Azmi Bishara and several Israeli Jews like Elon Papp are now trying to strengthen is a position and a politics by which Jews and those Palestinians already inside the Jewish state have the same rights. There is no reason why the same principle should not apply on the occupied territories, where Palestinians and Israeli Jews live side by side, together, but with only one people, Israeli Jews, now dominating the other. So the choice is either apartheid or justice and citizenship. We must recognize the realities of the Holocaust not as a blank check for Israelis to abuse us, but as a sign of our humanity, our ability to understand history, our requirement that our suffering be mutually acknowledged. And we must also recognize that Israel is a dynamic society containing many currents, not all of them liquid, labor, and religious. We must deal with those who recognize our rights. We should be willing as Palestinians to go to speak to Palestinians first, but to Israelis too, and we should tell our truths, not the stupid compromises of the sort that the PLO and PA have traded in, which in effect is the apartheid of Oslo. The real issue is intellectual truth and the need to combat any sort of apartheid and racial discrimination. There is now a creeping, nasty wave of anti-Semitism and hypocritical righteousness insinuating itself into our political thought and rhetoric. One thing must be clear, we are not fighting the injustices of Zionism in order to replace them with an invidious nationalism, religious or civil, that decrees that Arabs in Palestine are more equal than others. The history of the modern Arab world with all its political failures, its human rights abuses, its stunning military incompetences, its decreasing production, the fact that alone of all modern peoples we have receded in democratic and technological and scientific development is disfigured by a whole series of outmoded and discredited ideas, of which the notion that the Jews never suffered and that the Holocaust is an obfuscatory confection created by the elders of Zion is one that is acquiring far too much currency. Why do we expect the world to believe our sufferings as Arabs if, a, we cannot recognize the sufferings of others, even of our oppressors, and, b, we cannot deal with facts that nullify the simplistic ideas of the sort propagated by bien-pensants intellectuals who refuse to see the relationship between the Holocaust and Israel? But to support the efforts of Geraghty and his Holocaust-denying friends in the name of freedom of opinion is a silly ruse that discredits us more than we already are discredited in the world's eyes for our incompetence, our failure to fight a decent battle, our radical misunderstanding of history and the world we live in. Why don't we fight harder for freedom of opinions in our own societies, a freedom, no one needs to be told, that scarcely exists? When I mentioned the Holocaust in an article I wrote here last November, I received more stupid vilification than I ever thought possible. One famous intellectual even accused me of trying to gain a certificate of good behavior from the Zionist lobby. Of course I support Geraghty's right to say what he pleases and I oppose the wretched loi Gesot under which he was prosecuted and condemned. But I also think that what he says is trivial and irresponsible, and when we endorse it allies us necessarily with Le Pen and all the retrograde right-wing fascist elements in French society. Our battle is for democracy and equal rights, for a secular commonwealth or state in which all the members are equal citizens, in which the concept underlying our goal is a secular notion of citizenship and belonging, not some mythological essence or an idea that derives its authority from the remote past, whether that past is Christian, Jewish, or Muslim. The genius of Arab civilization at its height in, say, Andalusia was its multicultural, multi-religious, and multi-ethnic diversity. That is the ideal that should be moving our efforts now, in the wake of a dead and embalmed Oslo and an equally dead rejectionism. The letter killeth, but the Spirit giveth life, as the Bible says. In the meantime we should concentrate our resistance on combating Israeli settlement, as described in an article I wrote a few weeks ago, with nonviolent mass demonstrations that impede land confiscation, on creating stable and democratic civil institutions, hospitals and clinics, schools and universities, now in a horrendous decline, and work projects that will improve our infrastructure, and on fully confronting the apartheid provisions inherent in Zionism. There are numerous prophecies of an impending explosion due to the stalemate. Even if they turn out to be true, we must plan constructively for our future, since neither improvisation nor violence is likely to guarantee the creation and consolidation of democratic institutions. Chapter 46. The final stage. For reasons that elude me, there continues to be some hope on the part of Arab governments that American impatience with Israel will soon reach the breaking point, perhaps provoking a dramatic new initiative, perhaps finally galvanizing American power into actively opposing Netanyahu's tactics. This, alas, is seriously to misunderstand what is currently taking place both in Israel and the United States, where the likelihood of any qualitative change of the sort dreamed of by Arab leaders is very small indeed. Clinton is opposed by a Congress that is solidly pro-Likud for many domestic reasons. There is an Israeli lobby, but the fact is that the Republican Party in alliance with the Christian right wing, plus conservative foundations and business groups, and an uneducated, brainwashed public, see in Israel not only a stubborn ally forcing its intransigence on the entire world but also an international partner which the United States should emulate, doing what Israel does in thumbing its nose at the very notion of an international community. And all this has the advantage of being a slap in the face of Bill Clinton, whose corrupt, problem-ridden administration is seen by many Americans as too enmeshed in the schemes of the UN and the international community, thereby curtailing American sovereignty and its capacity for using its power unilaterally. The negative Clinton response to the recent meeting on war crimes in Rome, was, I believe, designed to convince his domestic opponents that at the right time and for the right cause he was capable of acting like Israel, defying world opinion in showing that his country's perceived interests overrode even the Nuremberg principles first articulated by the United States after World War II. At the present moment the Palestinian question has receded so dramatically in the public mind as to be non-existent. There are occasional references to the 13% of West Bank territory proposed by the United States and accepted by the Palestinian leadership, but that is always hedged with discussions of Palestinian terrorism and the PLO covenant, thereby denuding the issue of land of any serious content. To make matters worse, there is an almost total absence of any Palestinian information effort in the United States or in Western Europe. Gone are the academics, the students, the organizations that used to bear a message about dispossession and injustice. An immense void swallows what little is said or done on behalf of a people that has suffered the loss of its land and identity over the past century. To an outsider like myself, what is going on inside the Arab world is no less discouraging. Leaders visit each other, talk about change and important meetings, more meetings are held, more trips taken and nothing much changes. The fact is that the Arab world is totally unmobilized, particularly inside Palestine, where the losses are the greatest, the offenses against ordinary everyday people the most egregious, and the Israeli plan most close to final realization. I understand that in countries like Egypt and Lebanon, for example, there is a serious intellectual attempt to confront the tragedy of the Palestinian people in discussions about positions that ought to be taken, petitions that should be signed, and so forth, but very little of this has any bearing at all on what Israeli troops and settlers do, which is nothing less than a concerted attempt at ethnic cleansing. The main difference between Bosnia and Palestine is that ethnic cleansing in the former took place in the form of dramatic massacres and slaughters which caught the world's attention, whereas in Palestine what is taking place is a drop-by-drop tactic in which 1 or 2 houses are demolished daily, a few acres are taken here and there every day, a few people are forced to leave. No one pays much attention, least of all other Palestinians, who live, say, in Ramallah, for whom the destruction of the main road out of Hussein, a tiny village just west of Bethlehem, by the settlers of Efrat is scarcely perceptible or noticed. In the meantime the prosperous Palestinian communities in London and Amman go about their daily business oblivious to what is happening to the dwindling remains of their original homeland. Huge weddings take place every day in the luxury hotels of those capitals, young people drive their BMWs and Honda motorcycles noisily up and down the hills of Abdown and the leafy boulevards of Holland Park, and the impression is that of a long daydream, with not much thought given either to the past or the future. Filled with pleasant interludes, school years at Harvard or Georgetown, vacations in Gstaad and Cannes, careers in advertising, marketing, investment, or construction, the privileged generation of Palestinian and indeed Arab youth, whose parents made their fortunes in the easy days of the Gulf oil and construction boom, go about their lives in a never-never land of tax-free spending that has made of it a class unique in the history of the 20th century for its wastefulness and unproductivity. And it is this class that is theoretically entrusted with the future of our struggle against a ruthless and single-minded foe. I recall that about 25 years ago in reviewing a book about pre-1948 Zionist settlement and colonization in Palestine I drew attention to a remark made by Chaim Weizmann to the effect that this movement was beginning small, acquiring bits of land here and there, another acre, another goat. The idea was that such a concentrated project, however modest, never lost sight of the final goal, which was to gain all of Palestine as a Jewish state. Until 1948, Zionists controlled a little less than 7% of the land of Palestine. After 1948, they took over everything but the West Bank and Gaza Strip. After 1967 they conquered the rest of historic Palestine. With the Oslo agreements they consolidated their hold on the land by ceding approximately 3% of the West Bank, which itself constitutes only 22% of the whole of Palestine, to the Palestine Authority, in return for which the authority won the right to administer Palestinian life without territorial sovereignty. Nor is this all. With the goal of eliminating the Palestinian presence on most of the West Bank not covered by Oslo, Israel is doing two things: it is expropriating land for use by Israeli settlers and the military, and it is destroying houses. An article that appeared in the Palestine Report of July 15 by Muna Hamza Muhaizen is quite bleak in its findings. I quote her: "Since the signing of the Oslo Accord in 1993, between September 1993 and March 1998, 629 Palestinian homes were demolished by Israeli bulldozers, 535 in the West Bank and 94 in Jerusalem. Of the 629 destroyed homes, 268 were demolished by the Labour government and the remaining 361 were demolished by the Likud. Under the Netanyahu government and in 1997 alone, some 233 homes were demolished. In the first quarter of 1998, a total of 57 Palestinian homes and, in the week of June 21, 1998 alone, a total of 30 homes were demolished. Today more than 1,800 house demolition orders still remain to be carried out, threatening to leave another 10,000 people homeless. The absolute, relentless continuity between Weizmann's simple remark about the acre and the goat, made over 75 years ago, and what is taking place today is chilling. There has been no modification in the essential Zionist vision which condemns the Palestinian to a more precarious, less perceptible existence day by day. It is plainly there for everyone, Arab and Jew alike, to witness. No secret is made of this plan, no palliative or sugar-coating seems to be required. We are taking the land detail by detail, inch by inch, house by house. Hamza Muhaizen concludes, by achieving all this, Israel will succeed in isolating the Palestinian population in 3 or 4 disconnected Bantustans, a plan known in Israel as Alon Plus. This way, even if Palestinian President Yasser Arafat declares a Palestinian state in May 1999, as he is expected to, Israel would have created a new reality on the ground that would make it impossible for such a state to be territorially connected. Unintentionally perhaps, Hamza Muhaizen dramatizes the differences between Israeli action and Palestinian reaction. They take the land, we declare a state. As Haider Abdel Shafi put it in a recent interview, what is the point of declaring a state yet again, since we already declared one in Algeria in 1988? How many times does one declare a non-existent state, and what is achieved by such repetitions? Like Dr. Abdel Shafi, I am mystified by this odd, not to say irrelevant, response to a moment of the most far-reaching emergency. Israel is taking the land systematically and we are more or less looking on, doing no more than saying they haven't really taken it, we consider it our state. The crying shame is that this has been our strategy from the beginning. Faced with a clear, concrete, practical, systematic activity land expropriation for 100 years, we have been unable or powerless or unwilling to do anything that might reverse the process. I have seen this dialectic in action all of my life, first when I was a boy in Palestine, then most recently a few weeks ago, as I watched Israeli troops destroy the tents of Yahal and Bidu and the village lands of farmers outside Hebron and Bethlehem. I stood and argued with the soldiers. I tried to dissuade them. I challenged them. I reminded them that 60 years ago their land as Jews was taken from them by a superior people, the Germans. But the fact was that I was powerless, except to watch and record what I saw on film. They had the bulldozers and the machine guns. I had the words and pictures, and nothing else. We are an unmobilized people. We are unled. We are unmotivated. We have not been able to concentrate our minds and hearts on the problem, which is nothing less than the robbery of our land. In the past few weeks a number of Israeli organizations against house demolitions have been formed. They have demonstrations. They protest. But there seems to be very little on the Palestinian side. It is as if we have been anesthetized as a people, unable to move, unable to act. They take the land, and we watch, or, more probably, we don't even watch. We assume it is happening to someone else, we can look away, and go about our business. What is missing is a sense of public urgency embodied in mobilized Palestinians inside Palestine, in Europe, North America, in the Arab world, who decide that the time has come to face the Israeli threat where it is occurring, on the land of Palestine. Even the figures of demolitions and land expropriation come from Israelis. The best report on Israeli settlement activity is not by Palestinians, it comes from an American group headed by Jeffrey Aronson, who is himself Jewish. I appeal to my readers for help. Why is it that when it concerns the open theft of our last remaining territorial possessions we seem utterly confounded by what is taking place? Why cannot we mobilize to stand in front of Israeli troops? Why cannot we organize the Palestinian workers who are actually building the settlements to deter them from doing that work that so harms their people? Why cannot our leadership get itself out from its offices and VIP cars and onto the fields and orchards of Palestine, protecting homes with their bodies, resisting Israeli soldiers as they confiscate our land? Why this mania for bureaucracy, for bodyguards, for cellular phones, for expensive shopping expeditions, for fruitless, stupid negotiations that sap our strength and our will and leave us utterly impotent as we witness our land disappearing before us? I cannot understand our inaction and the spineless cowardice of our leaders who prefer to engage in the harassment and abuse of their own people rather than in safeguarding their nation and its territory. I cannot understand the paralysis of Palestinian and other Arab intellectuals for whom theorizing about the best strategy is a higher priority than actually going to Palestine. This is easily done by Egyptians and Jordanians whose countries are at peace with Israel, to stand with a Palestinian family or village defying the Israeli robbers. I cannot understand why after 100 years we cannot seem to focus on what is important and drop all the other nonsense. I appeal to better informed readers for assistance. I can neither guess at the answers nor can I provide explanations. I only know that very little will be left of the land of Palestine by the time we wake up. And then we will probably ask ourselves, what happened? Why did we let the land be taken before our eyes for 1 century, and why did we do nothing? This is the final, terminal stage, and it is here. Where are we? Chapter 47. The end of the interim arrangements. As I write these lines, the Palestinian, Israeli and American leaders, all of them weakened by domestic crises and weakness, have just spent several days closeted together in the Y plantation a few miles from Washington with the announced intention of bringing the interim agreements first announced from Oslo to some sort of conclusion. This was necessary before May of next year, since that is the date when the scheduled discussions on the final settlement must take place. Bill Clinton announced at the outset that he wanted an agreement out of the Y meeting sooner rather than later, and, despite the obvious differences between Palestinians and Israelis, he certainly got it, public ceremony and all, at least enough of an agreement to show that he is still in charge of foreign affairs. In other words, from the U.S. point of view, one main requirement of these meetings is that Clinton would appear once again to be presidential, without in any way compromising or showing himself to be less pro-Israel than he has been hitherto. The mild demurral at the end about releasing Jonathan Pollard, which was a brazen ploy by Benjamin Netanyahu to scupper the talks and get something for nothing, the idea that he wants Pollard back after the spy stole enormous amounts of U.S. intelligence, including, among other things, a map of the PLO's Tunis headquarters where a few weeks later Abu Jihad was assassinated and 60 Arabs lost their lives, is by any standard a stunning piece of arrogance, left Clinton looking slightly more dignified than otherwise. My guess is that his own intelligence people put a stop to the idea, but there's no guarantee that Pollard won't be released in a short while. Clinton, after all, is Clinton. The U.S. press as usual reported the proceedings with a flagrant disregard of the facts. No one bothered to point out, to take one example, that the 40% of the West Bank's surface supposedly being given to Arafat's corrupt authority was broken down into bits and pieces that tell a very different story, all of it subject to Israel's choice of date and location of the land to be partially vacated. No settlements and no bypassing roads are to be given up. On the contrary, Israel has asked the United States for an additional $1.3 billion for the redeployments. The West Bank is now divided into 3 areas: A, which is entirely Palestinian-run except for security, water, and exits and entrances; Area B, jointly patrolled by Palestinian and Israeli soldiers, with security, water, building permits, exits, and entrances entirely controlled by Israel; Area C, which is completely Israeli. Before Y, these amounted respectively to 2.8%, 24%, and 72% of the land area. Y gave the Palestinians an additional 1% from Area C, and 14.2% from Area B, thus putting about 18.2% under Palestinian Authority control, again with the same exclusions and provisos. In addition, Israel will transfer about 13% more from Area C to Area B, where, to repeat, Israel really controls things, including of course the 3% designated as a nature preserve, whatever that is supposed to mean. In effect then, the Palestinians got, if that is the right word, a total of 18.2% of the West Bank added to Area A, the rest to Area B. In no case did the Palestinians acquire sovereignty, control over exits and entrances, water, and overall security. In addition, as a glance at the map shows, the Palestinian areas are for the most part non-contiguous and allow no free passage between them. Of course, Jerusalem remains off-limits to residents of Gaza and the West Bank. Most of the rest of the Y River Memorandum is taken up with security arrangements which in effect commit the Palestinian Authority to Israel's security, not the other way round. Palestinian lives and livelihoods are not worth so much as a sentence in the memorandum's extremely dodgy language. In addition, the CIA is to play an active role in adjudicating security issues such as extradition, combating the terrorist infrastructure, incitement, and the like. Israel in the meantime can do what it likes, including building more settlements, taking more land, adding to Jerusalem's area, and helping itself to all the West Bank water it wants. The fate of Palestinian human rights looks grim indeed, subject to dictatorial control by an already despotic Arafat backed up by the CIA and Israel. But the real problem with all the land transfer arrangements is not only that it gives Israel a unilateral say over which land is to be transferred, it also allows Israel a generous number of phases by which the transfer is to be completed, without any mechanism to enforce delays or delinquencies. Given its record since the Oslo agreements were first signed, with the free passage provisions never implemented, no one ought to be sanguine that redeployments of the Israeli army will take place according to schedule, especially with the egregious Ariel Sharon in charge. The changes in the national covenant that Israel has demanded will require a hasty convening of the group which Clinton, for reasons that do him no credit, has chosen to address. The Palestinian airport and the Gaza seaport were left suitably vague, though there was a pretty mean Israeli insistence that even Arafat's plane be searched by them before takeoff and after landing. Once again, security at the putative port and airport are to be in Israeli hands. All in all then a dishearteningly mean-spirited, niggling document without too much chance of real enforcement. Technically, one Palestinian grenade will put off Israeli deployment for months, and no chance at all to change the relationship between the two sides. The Israelis will continue to be the masters, Palestinians, pardon the expression, the abject niggers. What now? A number of things propose themselves. In the first place, the Palestinian leadership should be roundly censured by as many people as possible for so disgracefully supine a negotiating performance. Arafat and company have now completely delivered themselves to the combined Israeli and U.S. intelligence apparatus, thereby putting an end to anything even resembling a democratic and independent Palestinian national life. And this, by the way, has been sacrificed to the survival of Arafat and his coterie of advisors, hangers-on, and security chiefs, for whom as a group the idea of Palestinian civil society with an independent judiciary and legislative body is a silly inconvenience to be disposed of like the land they have given up with scarcely a look back. From now on any resistance to Israeli colonization will be dealt with summarily, opponents of what Arafat and his men are doing will be considered haters of peace. Second, the notion that thousands of Palestinian prisoners are being left to die in Israeli jails, Netanyahu gave up 750 of the 3,000 to 5,000 reportedly still held, is a scandal for which Arafat should personally be held responsible. Third, the deferral of later deployments, later consideration of safe passage for Palestinians, later permits for industrial parks, and the like is also scandalous. Who can believe that the Palestinian Authority has either the will or the mechanism or the leverage to press these matters? In sum, Arafat and his people have done the usual thing, given up without very much of a struggle and certainly without the slightest trace of a strategic or moral vision. Yes, they will argue that something like Y is better than nothing. But is it? In effect, Palestinians are now tied into security arrangements for Israel that continue to devalue and debase Palestinian life, to say nothing of Palestinian aspirations, which are not even mentioned. The catastrophe of 1948 has been erased, as have the conquests of 1967 and 1982. Refugees will remain refugees, and Palestinians will continue to have Israeli soldiers as their keepers. The devil only knows what the horrendous settlers are about to let loose on the largely unprotected and exposed citizens of the West Bank and Gaza. Certainly Arafat will do nothing for them, except urge them over and over to wait for our state, in the meantime robbing them blind, reinforcing corruption, buying off each and every potential opponent, jailing, torturing, and killing anyone who stands up to him. An absolute imperative now is to urge Palestinians to try to deter people from attending and participating in that council meeting which is supposed to change, cancel, or fiddle with the charter. It's a document I don't much care for, but the idea that people should be rounded up, like the usual suspects, just to do Israel's bidding with not a whit of a change in all of Israel's highly discriminatory laws against Palestinians strikes me as totally preposterous. The only real course for Palestinians today is to urge their representatives to vote with their feet, not to attend this ludicrously unrepresentative council meeting, and to begin once again to plan for a new council, one whose members are neither appointed by nor beholden to Arafat. The time grows less and less before we allow this ruinously incompetent and corrupt leadership to sell us out totally, and the sooner we take steps to organize a major Palestinian meeting to take place outside the Arab world the better. The midnight hour has already struck. Chapter 48. Incitement. Bill Clinton's two-day visit to Gaza, Bethlehem, and Israel was intended to save the peace process and to make him look more noble to his impeachers. It's too early to tell about the second mission, though I must say that his speech to the Palestinians for the first time expressed a humane sympathy for what they have endured. The first was a dismal failure, despite the media hype, more misleading than usual, and the super-ignorant gushing by media commentators. As soon as Clinton arrived, Benjamin Netanyahu announced that there would be no further Israeli army troop redeployment as stipulated by the Y River Plantation Accords of last October. Since in any event Israel was to redeploy from a minuscule amount of land, 5% from Israeli-controlled Area C to jointly controlled Area B, which is under Israeli security anyway, the snub was just that, designed to humiliate both the Palestinians and Clinton. The unrest reported in the occupied territories for the past several weeks was provoked both by Israeli cynicism in releasing only about 100 car thieves and common criminals, the agreement having been that 750 political prisoners would be freed, and by Palestinian anger at Arafat's limitless appetite for concessions and a careless, not to say heedless, negotiating style. Several members of his team in the past weeks have threatened to resign for that reason. Far from peace being assured, therefore, the combination of Netanyahu's arrogance, Clinton's vulnerability, and Arafat's by now barely existent support wasn't alleviated by the picturesque, hokey ceremonies patched together by the Americans and Palestinians, bagpipes, flower maidens, Mrs. Arafat, and all. What puzzles me is how many times Arafat can bring himself and some of his people to go through the motions of repealing the notorious charter just to satisfy Israeli demands. There was of course no real PNC meeting, since in effect that body lost its legitimacy and independence when Arafat returned to Gaza in 1994. He brought a bunch of people together in 1996 to change the charter, but this time only made a perfunctory effort to round up officials, businessmen, and some hangers-on for the great occasion. I was invited, by mistake, to attend when a fax from the Arafat-run Palestinian Commercial Services Company came to my office asking me to present myself at Amman Airport at a given time, then to link up with a special charter flight to Gaza, to attend the meeting, then to come back by charter the same evening. I had resigned my membership in 1991. So much for the idea of a legitimate quorum and roll call. At the same time I was also invited to a meeting of the opposition led by George Habash and Naif Hawatmeh in Damascus, through the ever-efficient rumor mills, one of the few things that still work in Palestinian politics. It was widely reported that I was in attendance. The low comedy of the Gaza proceedings, which elicited a rapturously ill-informed piece by the Times's New Israel correspondent Deborah Sontag about how much nicer and more democratic life is for Palestinians than for other Arabs, was belied by what was going on outside. In the first place, the expropriation of Arab land through Israeli colonization continues at a furious pace as old settlements grow, new ones expand rapidly. About 40% of Gaza is held by settlers, and the Strip itself is surrounded on three sides by an Israeli electronic fence. Side 4 is the Israeli-patrolled sea. Clinton seems not to have noticed how his security was assured. According to the authoritative Washington-based report on Israeli settlement, diplomacy fails to address Israel's transformation of the occupied territories. Thus Israel's settlement policy all through the peace process is well on its way toward achieving an objective pursued by a succession of Israeli leaders during the last 3 decades, to obstruct the creation of an independent, truly sovereign Palestinian political entity west of the Jordan River. Israel's objective, on the face of it, is the antithesis of popular notions about the goal of the negotiations begun at Oslo in 1993. September/October 1988. Each time one of the much-touted summits occurs, the Palestinians failed to curtail Israeli settlement drives. Y was no exception, as Lamis Andoni shows in Middle East International, December 11, 1998, since there the negotiators failed to grasp that Israel only agreed not to carry out the expansion of settlements until all current construction had been completed, which means that contiguous areas accepted by the Palestinians could end up including hundreds and hundreds of acres. p. 11. A chilling account of how one such settlement, Efrat, near Bethlehem, is expanding and choking off every Arab village in its vicinity is found in Haaretz November 27. I filmed there last February, but villages like Wad Rahal and Qadr have since lost most of their land. Second, the economics of peace have driven Palestinians into poverty, as Sarah Roy shows in an impressive new study just published by the Emirates Center for Strategic Studies, The Palestinian Economy and the Oslo Process, Decline and Fragmentation. At all levels of society, productivity is down, markets have shrunk, there is greater dependency on Israel. Unemployment is now at an all-time high, while Arafat's authority, with its 14 or so security services, like Topsy, they keep growing, its bloated bureaucracy, its thousands of informers and enforcers is the largest, and the least productive, employer. Each ministry now employs hundreds of managers and directors who do absolutely nothing except draw down handsome salaries. The World Bank figure for Arafat's labor force is 120,000 people, which, multiplied by the number of dependents, accounts for almost half the Palestinian residents of the West Bank and Gaza directly in thrall to Arafat. But discontent rages anyway. Thousands of refugees demonstrated in Syria and Lebanon. 4 Palestinians were wounded by Israeli forces when the latter made a group of Palestinian laborers crawl on the ground. And the Palestinian rock throwing and Israeli shooting with rubber bullets continue. Still, Netanyahu rants on about incitement when a Palestinian holds up a sign demanding free access to holy sites in Jerusalem, which is off limits to West Bank and Gaza Palestinians, as described by Haaretz, December 14. The main burden of the Y Accords therefore was neither to give Palestinians more freedom nor to allow the United States and Israel to help Palestinian independence, but quite the contrary, with the authorities' help, to increase the restrictions and conditions under which Palestinians live so that they remain docile and taken care of in the best colonial manner. A perfect symbolic example of this is the promulgation on November 19 of a presidential decree by Arafat entitled "To Strengthen National Unity and Forbid Incitement." Obviously the result of Netanyahu's remorseless obsession with Israeli security, and Arafat's reciprocal neglect of Palestinian security, the decree states that its legal references and precedents derive among other sources from the Palestinian Penal Code No. 74 for 1936 and its amendments. For the uninitiated, this code is nothing less than the emergency defense regulations issued by the British Mandatory Authority as a way of punishing Palestinian resistance. It was then adopted by the Israelis after 1948 for the same purpose. And now Mr. Arafat uses it to threaten his own people. For what? To interdict incitement to violence, insults, racism. The decree also forbids illegal organizations as well as undermining the quality of life, agitating the masses to bring about change by illegal methods of force, incitement to civil strife, incitement to violate agreements made between the PLO and Arab and foreign countries. To implement this remarkable new law there will be a committee made up equally of Palestinians, Israelis, and, the number varies according to reports, one or more Americans who might or might not be members of the CIA. Their mandate is nothing less than every utterance written, spoken, printed, or broadcast made by Palestinians and, as a West Bank friend explained it to me, his voice alternately sad and cheerful, school textbooks, newspapers, and magazines. This bizarre document has yet to be noted by the US, Arab, or European media, who are falling all over each other in prophesying the advent of Palestinian statehood. Never mind of course the total absence of territorial contiguity for areas of Palestinian self-rule. Never mind that Arafat has refused to ratify either the constitution or the basic law proposed by his legislative council. Never mind that thanks to US and Israeli pressure, Palestinian life is governed by state security courts which forbid the presence of witnesses, defense lawyers, or audience. Never mind that the large sums of money pledged by European and American donors are still controlled by Arafat, who answers and is accountable to no one, despite widespread evidence of massive corruption. But that Israel and the United States should require Palestinians to submit fawningly to a law against incitement with a Stalinist-type committee to decide unilaterally what is or is not incitement, this is scarcely a forward step in the search for peace or Palestinian self-determination. Is it any wonder then that Palestinians are less than overwhelmed by Clinton's historic Gaza visit, or that they recognize in U.S. prescriptions for peace the hand of the president's advisors, most of whom, like Dennis Ross, are alumni of the Israeli lobby? Chapter 49. West Bank Diary. I was last in Palestine during February and March of this year, making my BBC film, In Search of Palestine, which, alas, after having been shown on BBC Two in May and then on BBC World in late June, has more or less disappeared. Although it has been screened here and there on college campuses, in people's homes, in one or two public places in Palestine and Israel, the BBC was totally unsuccessful in getting it on US television, which is where it might have done something to rectify the ludicrously misleading and even stupid picture most Americans now have of the Palestinian people and the peace process. As far as I know, BBC marketing was scarcely more successful with European and Arab television services. What we were especially conscious of as we filmed in places like Hebron, Bethlehem, and Jerusalem was the mostly unpleasant quality of everyday life for the average Palestinian, whose capacity to earn money or travel has been severely curtailed since Oslo, whose land and homes are constantly threatened or seized, and whose life under Chairman Arafat's dreadful authority, buttressed by CIA and Mossad support, has become a nightmare. At least it had been possible to render in images the tiny bit of territory, about 3%, that the authority controlled, that is, except for exits and entrances, water resources, and security, all of which Israel still holds onto. The film's last scene put things very starkly. Land was being expropriated on a daily basis, with no one, certainly no one official, able to stop the dreaded Israeli bulldozers with troops who descend on unprotected villagers and immediately begin their destructive, ruthlessly efficient work. Palestinian workers, believe it or not, do the actual work of construction, the most terrible irony of all, their leaders unwilling, for reasons I can't understand, to prevent this by offering them alternative employment. The general impoverishment of Palestinian political and economic life is nowhere more cruel and evident. This time, for the 8 days I was there in mid-November, the Y River Plantation Agreement was still fresh in memory, but just as quickly dismissed by everyone I spoke to. I had the impression that somewhere off the main stage there were teams of Israeli and Palestinian researchers making sense of the agreement. There is now an amazing network of institutes and think tanks throughout the Palestinian territories, most of them funded by the Europeans, singly or in groups, many of which work together with Israeli counterparts. Since I am neither a professional expert, nor a policymaker, nor a journalist, nor a candidate for a job, I became aware of this rather sizable enterprise, which employs many PhDs, out of my rearview mirror, so to speak. Undoubtedly a great deal is invested in this peace agreement process. Preparations were already underway for the opening of the Gaza airport. Shambadia, the Guardian correspondent, almost persuaded me to go down to Gaza just to see the place, into which over $65 million had already been poured, a staggering contrast with the hundreds of thousands of poor refugees eking out a miserable living all through the Strip, and for the upcoming meeting of the National Council, which is supposed to be addressed by Bill Clinton while it tears up or modifies the legendary Covenant for the fourth time. Repetition is a constant theme wherever I go. The same questions are asked. The same things are said, example Arafat's promise to declare a state on May 4, 1999, a state was already declared in 1988. The fraudulent National Council is to be summoned again to do Arafat's bidding democratically. And still the Israeli settlers are everywhere to be found, more villages threatened, more roads built, more lands taken. Just a few days after my arrival, Ariel Sharon urged the settlers to take as many hills as possible, as soon as possible. The very next morning, driving on the West Bank, my Jerusalem taxi driver pointed out a new settlement, half a dozen caravans parked on a hill just outside the city. Abu Mazen, one of Arafat's numerous number twos, says that Ariel Sharon is no longer the same man who invaded Lebanon, laid siege to Beirut for 2 months, bombed the city indiscriminately in 1982, was responsible for Sabra and Shatila, is the settlers' main backer. I was surprised that Abu Mazen didn't also defend General Pinochet on the same grounds. I was in Palestine at the invitation of Birzeit University, which was holding a conference on the subject of landscape, its history, representation, geography, and the contests it provoked in Palestine. Birzeit is about 10 kilometers away from Ramallah, the largest West Bank city, and also the capital and seat of government for the Palestine Authority. Though privately owned, Birzeit is the closest thing to a national Palestinian university, secular, liberal, open, despite the enormous financial and political problems of maintaining such a place at a difficult time. As for the conference itself, by any standards, it was a remarkable affair. For one, local participants as well as a few invited foreign guests in the fields of literature, art history, geography, history, and archaeology, produced one paper after another on engrossing topics such as representations of Palestine and ideology, patterns of settlements by different conquerors, landscape and memory, travelers' accounts, geographical discourse and archaeological dispute. For another, there was an astonishingly high number of people in attendance, 300, 400 people for sessions that ran from 9 a.m. till 7 p.m. with only an hour for lunch, and the level of discussion was very high. And this while all around us on the West Bank the unending battles between Israeli settlers and Palestinian residents were taking place, truly a living laboratory demonstration of the conflict over the landscape's form and destiny. Azmi Bishara, the charismatic Palestinian Knesset member, had set up a public meeting for me in Nazareth where I was to encounter Palestinian Israelis for the first time in such a forum. A friend, Muin Rabbani, who works in a twinning venture with Dutch and Palestinian municipal councils, drove me from the last lunch of the Birzeit's Landscape Conference to Nazareth via Nablus, Jenin, and the Israeli town of Afula, a 3-hour drive. Just outside Nablus we picked up a young hitchhiker who was going to Zababdeh, a Christian village about 10 kilometers from Jenin in the northern West Bank. During our conversation it transpired that our passenger was a croupier in training at the new Palestinian casino just opened in Jericho. "Do you travel this way every day?" we asked him, the inconvenience and length of the route uppermost in our minds. "No, just until the training is over. As it is I only have to be there for a few hours a day while the casino runs on a part-time schedule. Once our training is over and the casino runs 24 hours a day we'll live in dormitories next to it." The Austrian manager lives in one of the nearby Israeli settlements, as do all the foreign staff. Not being a casino habitué myself I tried to find out what exactly he was being trained for. "Blackjack," he said in English, which as it turned out I knew how to play, unlike poker, baccarat, or craps, in which he was next to be schooled, whose rules had always eluded me. He seemed tickled by this admission. As we entered Zababdeh I said something about it seeming to be a prosperous town. "We have everything here," the young man said. "Even Figra." I didn't get that last one, until he explained what he had meant. Viagra. Uneven development to say the least. In Nazareth Azmi had rented Frank Sinatra Hall for the evening. Yes, Frank Sinatra, a longtime supporter of Israel who had apparently donated the money for a sports facility to be used by Jews and Arabs, Nazareth being the largest Arab town in Israel proper. Later the facility was converted into a meeting center for the Histadrut, and when we arrived there it was explained to me that it was always available to rent for meetings, even for me, I thought to myself. I was flattered that quite a large audience, for a Sunday night, had fetched up to see and listen to me, all of them Israeli Palestinian citizens, whose number in the aggregate is about 1 million people, about 20% of Israel's population. Azmi represents the new breed of 1948 Palestinians, as they are called. He is terrifyingly fluent, quadrilingual in Arabic, Hebrew, English, and German, and has an in-your-face style with Israelis that comes from familiarity and knowledge and a total lack of fear. Above all, he is a brilliant man, much admired by his constituents, who see him neither as a lackey of one of the large Israeli parties, nor of Arafat's PLO, but as an intellectual who speaks for self-determination via citizenship and equality for everyone, Jew and Arab. As such, therefore, he is as much a threat to the established Arab order as he is to Israel, much courted by the media everywhere in Israel and the Arab world. He is always willing to speak his mind, and ends up by creating much debate and controversy in his wake. In Nazareth that night he introduced me warmly to the cordial but inquisitive crowd and then asked me to relate the development of my political ideas right up to my critique of Arafat, Oslo, and the Israeli system. That done, the floor was open to questions, and for about an hour and a half I responded to all sorts of things, including criticisms of Orientalism that had been made by a minor Syrian Marxist in the early 80s. I mentioned at some point that the event was something of a homecoming for me since my mother had been born and was brought up in Nazareth, where her father had built and was the pastor of the Baptist Church. The occasion also gave me the opportunity to say how lacking my political formation had been in any knowledge about Israeli Palestinians, who had been regarded in the Arab world as little short of traitors for remaining as non-Jewish citizens of Israel. It now struck me, I said, that Israeli Palestinians had become crucial for our future as a people, since, given their circumstances as non-Jews in a Jewish state, they dramatized the anomalies of nationalism and theocracy throughout the Middle East. Nationalism had become the dead end of our political life, demanding endless sacrifices and the abrogation of democracy for the sake of national security. This was true both in Israel and in every Arab country. In countries like Lebanon, where large concentrations of Palestinian refugees have been totally forgotten by the Oslo process, I could see a parallel with the plight of Israeli Palestinians, except of course that the latter were not homeless, only without full and national political rights. They are allowed to vote, but not to buy, lease or sell land, 92% of which is held in trust for the Jewish people. Like all Palestinians, including myself, they do not have immigration rights and are not covered by the law of return. Thus there has emerged a campaign on behalf of full citizenship, which was the basis of new political struggle inside Israel, among both Jews and Palestinians, and established a secular order as the platform around which we could rally, Arabs as well as Jews. I recalled that in West Jerusalem last March Daniel Barenboim and I had met with an Israeli Jewish group who were also concerned with secularism, constitutional rights, and citizenship within the entirely Jewish context of modern Israel. For that group that evening, secularism was an imperative that saved politics from the clutches of the religious extremists. I found it odd that even at Birzeit University, where I held an open meeting with the students, there were no questions or declarations by the religious people, i.e. the Islamists of Hamas and Islamic Jihad, who held a small majority of the student council seats and were visibly in evidence in the hall. Perhaps they were there out of curiosity, but they simply had nothing to say or ask. Aside from 5 or 6 questions about the why agreement, why did the Americans portray it as a great achievement, and what alternative was there to it? The issues brought up by the students ran the gamut from personal, why don't you think about moving here, and what do you think about the role of a writer in exile such as yourself really is, to the theoretical, what are the main networks of power we can exploit, new research methods in history and social sciences generally, to the absolutely contemporary, the role of students, problems of identity, collective memory, and the struggle with attempts to quash it. The impression I had was of a highly politicized, skeptical, and self-conscious, albeit quite various, new generation, unlike that of its teachers in its avoidance of collective cant, automatic language, ready-made sentiment. Exhilarating, but demanding stuff, I thought, vowing to myself to try the same format with Arab and Jewish students in Israeli universities when I am to return in March as a guest of the Radical Israeli Anthropological Association. I also felt none of the deadening effects of encountering prominent members of the new political class, whose overall attitude was both submissive and aggressive, all statements, hidden agendas, and little self-doubt. The next day, at the invitation of a young woman, Lena Josi, who ran a research group on knowledge, secularism, and society at the Van Leer Institute in West Jerusalem, a few meters from the house in which I was born and which has now become the offices of the appallingly fundamentalist International Christian Embassy, I found myself facing about 30 Palestinian and Jewish Israelis. It hadn't been clear to me what I was supposed to speak about. I was exhausted, perhaps by illness, perhaps by the sheer emotional pressure of being in the place, and I found myself perplexed by the swirling currents of ideology and passion all round me in the country. I stammered out a few critical words on the politics of identity, the need for new visions of inclusion, and so on, and soon had provoked a series of far more interesting interventions than mine from the assembled group, all of them young, all academic, all fluent in English. I had said something about the importance of geographical thought, as opposed to the temporal variety, to my work on culture and empire, the Birzeit Landscape Conference still fresh in my mind, and this brought forth a remarkable set of responses. For the first time in about 6 years of intellectual exchange with both Arabs and Jews on the politics of Palestine and Israel, I felt suddenly exhilarated that we had somehow gone beyond the rhetorical salvos and barricades that were always present, and had entered a relatively new territory of common interest to both Israeli Jews and Palestinians. Azmi Bishara later joined this group, and although I won't summarize here the main points being made, I recall vividly that I felt a sense of shared secular assumptions about politics, history, and the future. No one defended actually existing Zionism or old-style Palestinian nationalism. Near the end of our discussion, which lasted for almost 2 hours, it dawned on me that this was an Israeli institution I was speaking in, despite the presence of Palestinians, and that I felt justified in being able to speak openly and in an unrestrained way about the moral responsibility borne by Israel for the Palestinian Nakba, or catastrophe. I came away from this short sojourn with a newly strengthened resolve that it was important for us as Palestinian intellectuals, committed to our self-determination as a people, determined not to give up fighting against the injustice meted out to us by Israeli Zionist policy, that a. we should devote more of our time to Palestinian students, and b. we should take our message into Israel, Israeli universities, Israeli institutions, etc. I recall mentioning this to several of my Palestinian friends the next day, and then the day after when I was in Egypt for a student's dissertation defense at the University of Tanta, a grimy, bustling and overcrowded Nile Delta city of 2 million people midway between Cairo and Alexandria. A brilliant young man, he had worked with me on Conrad for a couple of years in New York. The event itself was memorable as much for the enthusiasm of students and teachers as for the vivacity of the discussion. Anyway, when I brought up my Jerusalem and Nazareth experiences with Egyptian friends of unimpeachable nationalist credentials, I was immediately warned against normalization, that is, having relationships with Israelis, especially on an institutional level. Even though Egypt has formally been at peace with Israel for almost 20 years, no Egyptian intellectual, artist, or writer of note has visited Israel, engaged in dialogue with non-governmental or non-Labor Party Israeli intellectuals, and so forth. Palestinian universities, as a matter of course, do not invite Israeli academics or students to participate in conferences or seminars, even those Israelis known to be sympathetic to the Palestinian cause. One of my friends told me that given so many incursions by the Israeli army into campuses, Palestinians feel that visiting Israeli faculty coming to places like Birzeit or Al-Najah universities would be seen as extensions of, or protectorates of, the army. Unacceptable. Not having lived through these traumas myself, I kept my own counsel, whereas in Egypt I was a good deal more forthcoming. To some of my Egyptian friends, all of them well known as writers and intellectuals, I said that Palestinians suffered a great deal from the isolation of their confinement within territory, all of whose exits and entrances were controlled by the Israeli army. The response I got was that it was a matter of national commitment not to go through Israeli checkpoints, not to get passports stamped or apply for Israeli visas, not to show any sign of normalization with Israel so long as it remained an occupying force. To this conundrum I repeated the answer Palestinians gave me: such Arab intellectuals wouldn't be coming to normalize with Israel, they would be there to express their solidarity with our struggle for Palestinian self-determination, to help in our institutions, to give readings, lectures, and the like to our students, to make appearances whose goal would be both to raise morale and also to get to know our problems as Palestinians at close hand, concretely, intimately. Besides, I added, your position leaves out entirely the Palestinian population of Israel. Don't they have a right to be heard and seen by you? I don't think I quite made the impression I wanted to with my argument, but I did sense here and there the glimmering of a possibly new attitude, always among students and younger people, who struck me powerfully as vastly freer in their thought than their teachers and senior leaders. As for my own position, I have made it clear that because of our disproportionate weakness vis-a-vis Israel we have to undertake bold initiatives to carry our message to precisely those Israelis who for years have thrived on our absence and our silence. This is risky, of course, for all sorts of reasons, physical as well as political. Breaking barriers, after all, is a two-edged sword. But I am firmly convinced that that is what we diaspora Palestinians need to do, despite the difficulty and unpleasantness of confronting die-hard Israeli nationalists in their intellectual sanctuaries, where the whole question of Palestine is now just a matter of separation, as the relation between blacks and whites had been in apartheid South Africa, of Israeli security, of tactical fixing. Connected to the whole history of post-war and post-Holocaust politics, the injustice done to us as a people has yet to be taken up. And unless we bring it up, as the kids of my children's generation constantly do, refusing to hide behind the historical forgetfulness accepted by Arafat and his tiny band of collaborators, we will continue to live through its agonies. This is as true for Israelis as it is for us. The consequences of 1948 just won't go quietly away, partly because our conflict with Zionism is such a special one, because in the main our situation in the 50 years since 1948 has festered, has only cosmetically changed, remains basically unrectified, underanalyzed, morally and politically unacknowledged by most Israeli liberals and Israeli supporters. More interesting, though, is the impression I had that beneath the official and the institutional status quo, a vast but healthy disorder bubbled away amongst young people who were very close to total impatience with the manifest failure of the present generation. Inside them, I was urged by a senior UN diplomat in Palestine, there is no other hope. He's right, I now think. Chapter 50. Truth and Reconciliation. Since the signing of the Oslo Peace Accords in September 1993, an extraordinary disparity has developed between the rhetoric and the actualities of that peace. Because the United States, the world's only superpower, has been the sponsor and the keeper of the peace process, as it has come to be known, the arrangements agreed to by Yasser Arafat and three Israeli prime ministers, Rabin, Peres, Netanyahu, have become synonymous with peace, and the real problems on the ground either papered over or ignored. To be critical of or dissatisfied with Oslo and its aftermath thus means to be against peace, and to be roughly in the same disagreeable camps as the extremists, Hamas and the settlers, of both sides, haters of peace as Bill Clinton has called them. Therefore the peace process has become the only game in town. Governments work with and for it, so do institutions like the World Bank, the UN, and an impressive number of donor countries, and of course the media treat it as an undisputed fact, which of course in most ways it is. But what if, according to all the signs and indications of unrequited nationalism and mounting hostility, this isn't and cannot be the peace to bring peace between Palestinians and Israelis? What if the peace process has in fact put off the real reconciliation that must occur if the 100-year war between Zionism, Jewish nationalism, and the Palestinian people is to end? Oslo brought one significantly new thing, namely, the first time official admission by an Israeli prime minister that there was a Palestinian people, approximately 7.5 million in number, with its own representative. Beyond that, the terms of the agreement exactly reflected the huge difference in power between the two sides. Nothing was said about Palestinian sovereignty and self-determination. No end to the presence of the settlements was mentioned. As Netanyahu said to CNN, September 17, 1998, Rabin, in fact, who was my predecessor and who signed the Oslo Accords, boasted that he could build settlements under the agreement. In point of fact, he expanded the population of the settlements by 50%. We're looked nowhere near there. Annexed to Israel in 1967, East Jerusalem remained under Israeli control. Oslo passed that over. The refugees expelled in 1948 were left as they have been for the last 50 years, homeless and uncompensated, despite numerous international and UN covenants and resolutions. Nothing was said about the tremendous losses endured by Palestinians as a result of 32 years of military occupation, the destruction of houses, of whole economies, in Gaza and the West Bank, thousands and thousands of acres of expropriated land, not to mention Palestinians' deaths, long detention, torture, Israel being the only state today that officially sanctions torture. Prior to 1993, one major problem in all discussions of this terrible conflict has been the irreconcilability between the Zionist/Israeli official narrative and the Palestinian one. Israelis say they waged a war of liberation and so achieved independence. Palestinians say their society was destroyed, most of the population evicted. A careful contemporary reading, however, shows that this irreconcilability was already quite obvious to several generations of early Zionist leaders and thinkers, as of course it was to all the Palestinians. Zionism was not blind to the presence of Arabs in Palestine, writes the distinguished Israeli historian Zeev Sternhell in his recent book, The Founding Myths of Israel. Even Zionist figures who had never visited the country knew that it was not devoid of inhabitants. If Zionist intellectuals and leaders ignored the Arab dilemma, it was chiefly because they knew that this problem had no solution within the Zionist way of thinking. p. 43. Ben-Gurion, for instance, was always clear. There is no example in history, he said in 1944, of a people saying we agree to renounce our country, let another people come and settle here and outnumber us. Another Zionist leader, Burl Katznelson, also had no illusions that the opposition between Zionist and Palestinian aims could ever be surmounted. And certainly binationalists like Martin Buber, Judah Magnus, and Hannah Arendt were fully aware of what the clash would be like, if it ever came to fruition, as of course it did. Vastly outnumbering the Jews, Palestinian Arabs during the period after the 1917 Balfour Declaration and the British Mandate always refused anything that would compromise their dominance. It's hard to gainsay that attitude now by berating the Palestinians retrospectively for not accepting partition in 1947. Until 1948, Zionists held only about 7% of the land. Why, the Arabs said when the partition resolution was proposed, should we concede 55% of Palestine to the Jews who were a minority in Palestine? To make things worse, neither the Balfour Declaration nor the Mandate ever conceded that Palestinians had political, as opposed to civil and religious rights in Palestine. The idea of inequality between Jews and Arabs was therefore built into British, and subsequently Israeli and United States, policy from the start. We now have enough evidence from Zionist sources, through archival work done by the Israeli New Historians, that most of the claims put forward in the official narrative of the State of Israel's birth were largely untrue and disproved over time. No, the Palestinians did not flee because they were told to by their leaders, but because one of the war aims was to rid Palestine of as many Arabs as possible. No, Britain did not oppose Zionism, it carefully encouraged it. No, the Arab armies did not all try to destroy Israel in 1948, since Jordan in particular, which wanted and got the West Bank, acted in collusion with Israel. And no, the Arabs were not opposed to peace after 1948, since every major leader sued for formal peace treaties, but was rejected by Ben-Gurion. In short, then, the conflict is intractable only to the extent that it was always a contest over the same land by two peoples who believed they had valid title to it and who hoped that the other side would in time give up or go away. One side won the war, the other lost, but the contest is as alive as ever. I know this is true for us Palestinians. Why, we say, should a Jew born in Warsaw or New York have the right to come and settle here, according to Israel's law of return, whereas we, the people who lived here for centuries, do not have the same right? The Israeli line used to be, go and live in some other Arab state, let the Jews have this one. After 1967, the issue between us was exacerbated. Years of military occupation have created in the weaker party anger, humiliation, and implacable hostility. To its discredit, Oslo did little to change the situation, since Arafat and his dwindling number of supporters were perceived as enforcers of Israeli security while Palestinians were forced to endure the humiliation of dreadful and non-contiguous little Bantustans that are only about 9% of the West Bank and 60% of Gaza. Oslo required us to forget and renounce our history of loss and dispossession by the very people who have taught everyone the importance of not forgetting the past. Thus, ironically, we are the victims of the victims, the refugees of the refugees. Israel's raison d'etre as a state has always been that there should be a separate country, a refuge, exclusively for Jews. Oslo itself was based on the principle of separation between Jews and others, as Yitzhak Rabin tirelessly repeated. Yet the entire history of the past 50 years, especially since Israeli settlements were first implanted on the occupied territories in 1967, has been in fact to involve Jews more and more dramatically with those of non-Jews. The effort to separate has occurred simultaneously and paradoxically with the effort to take more and more land. This policy of land acquisition in turn has meant acquiring more and more Palestinians. In Israel proper, Palestinians number about 1 million, almost 20% of the population. Between Gaza, East Jerusalem, and the West Bank, which is where the settlements are the thickest, there are almost 2.5 million more Palestinians. Israel has built an entire system of bypassing roads, designed to go around Palestinian towns and villages, connecting settlements and avoiding Arabs. But so tiny is the land area of historical Palestine, so closely intertwined are Israelis and Palestinians, despite their inequality and antipathy, that clean separation simply won't work. It is estimated that by 2010 there will be demographic parity. What then? Clearly, a system of privileging Israeli Jews will satisfy neither those who want an entirely homogeneous Jewish state nor those who live there but are not Jewish. For the former, Palestinians are an obstacle to be disposed of somehow. For the latter, being Palestinians in a Jewish polity means forever chafing at inferior status. Israeli Palestinians also feel that they are already in their country, and refuse any talk of moving to a separate Palestinian state, should one come into being. It is also clear that the impoverishing conditions imposed on Arafat will not subdue, much less satisfy, his highly politicized people of Gaza and the West Bank, people whose political aspirations for self-determination have remained steadily constant and, contrary to Israeli calculations, show no sign of withering away. It is also evident that as an Arab people and, given the despondently cold peace treaties between Israel and Egypt and Israel and Jordan, this fact is important. Palestinians want at all costs to preserve their Arab identity as part of the surrounding Arab and Islamic world. The problem is that Palestinian self-determination in a separate state is unworkable, just as unworkable as the principle of separation between a demographically mixed, irreversibly connected Arab and Jewish population in Israel and the occupied territories. The question, I believe, is not how to devise means for persisting in trying to separate them but to see whether it is possible for them to live together fairly and peacefully. What exists now is a disheartening, not to say, bloody, impasse. Israelis and Zionists elsewhere will not give up on their wish for a separate Jewish state. Palestinians want the same thing for themselves despite having accepted much less from Oslo. Yet in both instances the idea of a state for ourselves simply flies in the face of the facts, Short of ethnic cleansing or mass transfer, as in 1948, there is no way for Israel to get rid of the Palestinians or for Palestinians to wish Israelis away. Neither side has a viable military option against the other, which, I am sorry to say, is why both opted for a peace that so patently tries to accomplish what war couldn't. The more that current patterns of Israeli settlement and Palestinian confinement and resistance persist, the less likely it is that there will be real security for either side. It was always patently absurd for Netanyahu's obsession with security to be couched only in terms of Palestinian compliance with his demands. On the one hand, he and Ariel Sharon crowded Palestinians more and more with their shrill urgings to the settlers to grab what they could. On the other hand, Netanyahu expected such methods to bludgeon Palestinians into accepting everything Israel did, with no reciprocal Israeli measures. Arafat, backed by Washington, is daily more repressive. Improbably citing the 1936 British Emergency Defence Regulations against Palestinians, he has recently decreed, for example, that it is a crime to incite not only violence, racial or religious strife, but also to criticize the peace process. Palestinians, Israelis, one or several Americans will implement the decree, going through radio broadcasts, pamphlets, school books, for examples of incitement. There is no Palestinian constitution or basic law. Arafat simply refuses to accept limitations on his power in light of American and Israeli support for him. Who actually thinks all this can bring Israel security and permanent Palestinian submission? Violence, hatred, and intolerance are bred out of injustice, poverty, and a thwarted sense of political fulfillment. Last fall, hundreds of acres of Palestinian land were expropriated by the Israeli army from the village of el-Fahm, which isn't in the West Bank but inside Israel. This drove home the fact that, even as Israeli citizens, Palestinians are treated as inferior, as basically a sort of underclass existing in a condition of apartheid. At the same time, because Israel does not have a constitution either, and because the ultra-Orthodox parties are acquiring more and more political power, there are Israeli Jewish groups and individuals who have begun to organize around the notion of a full secular democracy for all Israeli citizens. The charismatic Azmi Bishara, an Arab member of the Knesset, has also been speaking about enlarging the concept of citizenship as a way of getting beyond ethnic and religious criteria that now make Israel in effect an undemocratic state for 20% of its population. In the West Bank, Jerusalem, and Gaza, the situation is deeply unstable and exploitative. Protected by the army, Israeli settlers, almost 350,000 of them, can and are able to live as extraterritorial, privileged people with rights denied to that resident Palestinians. Example: West Bankers cannot go to Jerusalem, and in 70% of the territory are still subject to Israeli military law, with their land available for confiscation. Israel controls Palestinian water resources and security, as well as exits and entrances. Even the new Gaza airport is under Israeli security control. One doesn't need to be an expert to see that this is a prescription for extending, not limiting, conflict. Here the truth must be faced, not avoided or denied. There are Israeli Jews today who speak candidly about post-Zionism, insofar as, after 50 years of Israeli history, classic Zionism has provided no solution to the Palestinian presence. I therefore see no other way than to begin now to speak about sharing the land that has thrust us together, sharing it in a truly democratic way, with equal rights for all citizens. There can be no reconciliation unless both peoples, two communities of suffering, resolve that their existence is a secular fact, and that it has to be dealt with as such. This does not mean a diminishing of Jewish life as Jewish life or surrendering Palestinian Arab aspirations and political existence. On the contrary, it means self-determination for both peoples. But it does mean being willing to soften, lessen, and finally give up special status for one people at the expense of the other. The law of return for Jews and the right of return for Palestinian refugees have to be considered and trimmed together. Both the notions of Greater Israel as the land of the Jewish people given to them by God and of Palestine as an Arab land that cannot be alienated from the Arab homeland need to be reduced in scale and exclusivity. Interestingly, the millennia-long history of Palestine provides at least two precedents for thinking in such secular and more modest terms. First, Palestine is and always has been a land of many histories. It is a radical simplification to think of it as principally, or exclusively, Jewish or Arab, since although there has been a long-standing Jewish presence there, it is by no means the main one. Not only the Arabs, but Canaanites, Moabites, Jebusites, and Philistines in ancient times, and Romans, Ottomans, Byzantines, and Crusaders in the modern ages were tenants of the place, which in effect is multicultural, multi-ethnic, multi-religious. In fact, then, there is as little historical justification for homogeneity as there is for notions of national or ethnic and religious purity today. Palestine is an irreducibly mixed place. Second, during the interwar period, a small but important group of Jewish thinkers, Judah Magnus, Buber, Arendt, and others, argued and agitated for a binational state. The logic of Zionism naturally overwhelmed their efforts, but the idea is alive today here and there among Jewish and Arab individuals who, frustrated with the evident insufficiencies and depredations of the present, require a new or revived binational vision. The essence of that vision is coexistence and sharing in ways that require an innovative, daring, and theoretical willingness to get beyond the arid stalemate of assertion and rejection. Once the initial acknowledgement of the other as an equal is made, I believe the way forward becomes not only possible but attractive. The initial step, however, is a very difficult one to take. In their culture and ideas of history, Israeli Jews are insulated from the Palestinian reality. Most of them say that it does not really concern them. I remember the first time I drove from Ramallah into Israel, thinking it was like going straight from Bangladesh into Southern California. Yet it is crucial not to forget that reality is far less than need. My generation of Palestinians, still reeling from the shock of losing everything in 1948, find it nearly impossible to accept that their homes and farms were taken over by another people. I see no way of evading the fact that in 1948 one people displaced another, thereby committing a grave injustice. The great virtue of reading Palestinian and Jewish history together not only gives the tragedy of the Holocaust and of what subsequently happened to the Palestinians their full force, but also reveals how in the course of interrelated Israeli and Palestinian life since 1948, one people, the Palestinians, has borne a disproportional share of the pain and loss. Religious and right-wing Israelis and their supporters have no problem with such a formulation. Yes, they say, we won, but that's how it should be. This land is the land of Israel, not of anyone else. I heard those words from an Israeli soldier guarding a bulldozer that was destroying a West Bank Palestinian field, its owner helplessly watching, in order to expand a bypass road. But they are not the only Israelis. For others, who want peace as a result of reconciliation, there is dissatisfaction both with the religious party's increasing hold on Israeli life and with Oslo's unfairness and frustrations. Many such Israelis demonstrate energetically against their government's Palestinian land expropriations and house demolitions. So one senses a healthy willingness to look elsewhere for peace than in land grabbing and suicide bombs. For some Palestinians, because they are the weaker party, the losers, giving up on a full restoration of Arab Palestine is giving up on their own history. Most others, however, especially my children's generation, are skeptical of their elders and look more unconventionally toward the future, beyond conflict and unending loss. Obviously, the establishments in both communities are too tied to present pragmatic currents of thought and political formations to venture anything more risky, but a few others, Palestinian and Israeli, have begun to formulate radical alternatives to the status quo. They refuse to accept the limitations of Oslo, what one Israeli scholar has called peace with Palestinians, while others, in particular an impressive Palestinian couple from Nazareth and Haifa, tell me that the real struggle is over equal rights for Arabs and Jews, not a separate, necessarily dependent and weak, Palestinian entity. the beginning is to develop something entirely missing from both Israeli and Palestinian realities today, the idea and practice of citizenship, not of ethnic or racial community, as the main vehicle for coexistence. In a modern state, all its members are citizens by virtue of their presence and the sharing of rights and responsibilities. Citizenship therefore entitles an Israeli Jew and a Palestinian Arab to the same privileges and resources. A constitution and a Bill of Rights thus become necessary for getting beyond square one of the conflict, since each group would have the same right to self-determination, that is, the right to practice communal life in its own, Jewish or Palestinian, way, perhaps in federated cantons, a joint capital in Jerusalem, equal access to land, and inalienable secular and juridical rights. Neither side should be held hostage to religious extremists. Yet so massive is the weight of the past and the decades of a more and more intense sense of persecution, suffering, and victimhood that is nearly impossible to think around it, to launch political initiatives that hold Jews and Arabs to the same general principles of civil equality while avoiding the pitfalls of us versus them formulae that continue the waste and insecurity. I believe Palestinian intellectuals need to express their case directly to Israelis in public forums, universities, and the media. The challenge is both to and within civil society, which long has been subordinate to a nationalism that has now developed into an obstacle to reconciliation, certainly not its enabler. Moreover, the degradation of discourse symbolized by Arafat and Netanyahu trading charges while Palestinian rights are compromised by exaggerated security concerns impedes any wider, more generous perspective from emerging. The alternatives are unpleasantly simple: either the war continues, along with the onerous cost of the current peace process, or a way out, based on peace and equality, as in South Africa after apartheid, is actively sought, despite the many obstacles. Once we grant that Palestinians and Israelis are there to stay, then the decent conclusion has to be the need for peaceful coexistence and genuine reconciliation. Real self-determination. Unfortunately, injustice and belligerence don't diminish by themselves, they have to be attacked by all concerned. Now is the time.